Very good morning. There we go. Plug myself in properly. Very good morning from the Utilita Bowl, ahead of day 4 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Durham. I think it's fair to say that bat has dominated ball for the previous 3 days. We've only had 17 wickets over that time, which means that Hampshire resumed their first innings this morning on 429 for 7. They still trail Durham on the first innings, where Durham earlier were bowled out for 511. Hampshire still trailing by 82. A mammoth performance from captain and wicketkeeper Ben Brown, who will resume his innings on 143. And Kyle Abbott, who came in late last night after the fall of Felix Organ's wicket, will resume on 4 not out. So that's the situation. 3 wickets for Matthew Potts. He's been impressive. In fact, all the bowlers have been impressive, especially the seamers for Durham, but this big pitch has not helped them too much. It did the first morning, Hampshire bowlers, but since then it's got slower and lower, and there's not been much for the spinners either. A little bit of turn out of the bowlers' footmarks, but there's been no sort of bounce or what have you. So if you get your head down as a batter, you should be able to score a few runs, and that's what has been happening. Your commentary team today, a little later, Emily Windsor's still with us, formerly of Southern Vipers, now with Durham Women. She's still getting her physio treatment down here, so she'll be with us later on this morning. Amelia Clark is with us. Myself, Kevin James, and Martin Emerson is here. When Martin's finished typing, he'll be with you. He's always typing, is Martin. He's always typing something. It is sunny. What are you typing this time? Don't worry. Tell us later. It's a little cooler again, as it was yesterday morning. First 2 days hot, and the last couple of days certainly started off a little fresher, and that's what we've got here as well. But the sun is out. Where's this game going? A little difficult. I think it would be a brave person to say there will be any other result than a draw. But Hampshire not quite out of the woods yet. As I say, still 82 runs behind, with only 3 first innings wickets remaining. Who knows? If they're bowled out quite quickly this morning and Durham decide that they want to push things along a little bit and put Hampshire under pressure in the second innings, we might get the chance of a result. But of course, the caveat to that is Durham did set Warwickshire a total in a game earlier this season, which Warwickshire reached with the loss of 9 wickets. That was, obviously, it was a good game with just 1 wicket remaining. But Durham very much might have that in mind. If Hampshire can bat and make these last 3 wickets last hour 15, maybe even an hour and a half, then that really is, there is very little time in the game left. But still time should Durham decide to bat positively in the second innings. So we're certainly not ruling out any other result than a draw, but the draw's still looking the favourite. And make no mistake, Hampshire have had to work hard to get to this point where they are reasonably confident of getting a draw, because that 511 all out of Durham's certainly put Hampshire under a lot of pressure on day 2 when they were bowled out just before tea, where the players took an early tea. The 2 umpires, Martin Saggers and Russell Warren, are making their way down the steps at the far end of the ground, and Martin Emerson has finished typing. Good morning.
Yeah, just doing a little preview piece for the live cricket page on the BBC website. Basically angling everything towards handshakes at 10 to 5, unless some weather can come along. But there's a few showers around, but they might just clip us, they might just miss us, but there's nothing big that's going to take them off for, you wouldn't imagine, a prolonged period of time.
No.
So it's a carbon copy of last year, isn't it, really? Final day last year, Durham was still in their first innings. That ended in a draw. The players walking off due to utter ambivalence, I think was the phrase.
Yeah, 503 all out Hampshire, 432 all out Durham.
Yeah.
And Hampshire managed to squeeze in 62 for 2 before the end. So
Paul emailed last night, he wasn't happy. He said, why did they allow a pitch to be used consecutively like this? It's just daft. And he said it's the same as last season. The pitch is lifeless.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit hard to argue with that when you look at the scores.
And he said, surely this kills the spectacle. The wicket's dead.
Yeah. Well, I think the theory behind it was used wicket will turn a bit. But it just hasn't really. It just really hasn't turned out like that, has it? Really? I mean, bowler's foot marks as a bit of turn. You'd expect that.
It's turned out. There's no turn.
Correct. So yeah, I think we'll find that most people are surprised that there hasn't been a little bit more turn by now. We have seen the odd ball go from the straight. Callum Parkinson got 1 or 2 yesterday. You expect it a little bit out of the rough, but that's quite wide, and to be honest, with no bounce and pace. Good batters are generally not too troubled by that. It's the ones where it turns from straight, and we haven't really seen enough of that. If you use that in context of getting the game moving forward. The bowlers have worked very hard on both sides for probably what they feel is a pretty little reward. The ball certainly went through on the first morning, no doubt about that. But progressively throughout the 3 days, it's got a little slower and a little lower. The odd ball has gone through. Cody Youssef bowled a bouncer at Felix Organ last night that absolutely... Well, it didn't bounce unusually, but the pace he got it through completely surprised Felix Organ, and I think at one stage, as the ball went past his head, I think he was expecting to be hit. He didn't know too much about it, and it was quick. But it's going to be Doggett to get us underway. Brendan Doggett, the Australian. He was around for the first couple of months, injured in the last game, back. He's been impressive in this, they all have. And he's going to be bowling from our commentary at 4:29 for 7. Then here's the first ball of day 4. That's driven into the ground, bottom edge. The ball spews back, rolling towards the keeper, Ollie Robinson. And a slight false shot from Ben Brown to get us underway. The bonus point situation is that Hampshire have picked up 4 and Durham 5. There won't be any more of that now because we're way into the first innings here. This is the 140th and the 60th with the second new ball. So I think Hampshire would first up look to get to the third new ball. Doggett bowls, right arm over. There's another false shot from Ben Brown. Kept a little low outside off stump. So several ways that you can pick us up. Live picture feed, pictures going out right now from the Hampshire Cricket website, which are being beamed back to the Durham Cricket website. BBC Sport website and app. And also on most smart speakers. Just say, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Durham day 4. And that should pick us up. Doggett runs away from us and bowls outside the off stump, and again Ben Brown's playing a less than convincing shot outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Ollie Robinson again, that keeps a little low. Ben Brown talking to me last night. You'll see that interview in full on the Hampshire Cricket website if you want to so do. A clip of that on the at Solent Sport X feed. Basically saying that he thought the Durham bowlers bowled really well. He actually said the seam bowlers collectively very impressive. I don't think he's used the word impressive, but he implied it. And he's right. Here's Doggett's bowls again. Straighter this time, and forward is Brown. Ball trickles up towards mid-off. And yeah, of course, and he was generally pleased with the way things went yesterday. Hampshire losing 6 wickets all day, which, yes, the pitch is not exactly helping the bowlers, but it's still a good effort to only lose those few over a whole day play. Martin's back.
Just saying in my news bulletin update there that we started this match in shorts and t-shirts and factor 30, and I think I'm going to be reaching for me gloves in a minute. It's very chilly this morning, isn't it, up here?
It is, isn't it?
Drafty.
Yeah, when you look out, you think it should be much warmer than it is, but
yeah.
All right, we're a bit open, of course, in the gantry. Just trying to flick that away on the leg side, wrapped on the pad. That looks a little high, but worth a shout.
It was actually in the hotel car park in Fareham this morning. Because of the way the wind's coming from the north, the hotel protected the car park from the wind, so it was quite pleasant in the car park. It felt warm, but once you get up here, and it's a bit higher up as well, isn't it? And
yeah.
the wind's swirling around. Ground staff are trying to put the covers on in the nursery ground there, and they're billowing up into the air.
They are. So they must be expecting... Oh, they're taking them off the square. Actually, I don't know. Are they expecting a shower?
Putting them on, aren't they?
They are, actually. Maybe they're expecting a shower. Here's Doggett again. Runs away from us. Brown is forward, and that is the first run of the morning. Off the last ball of the first over. Brown keeps the strike. He moves on to 143. 430 for 7. Hampshire trail by 81 on the first innings. Yes, you're right. They are covering the square. I mean, there's usually two things for that. One is to keep the sun from drying it out too much. I guess there will be a Hampshire Academy game there in the Southern League tomorrow. I don't know. I need to look that up. Or it might be that they think there's a shower. But if there is a shower, it's a long way away at the moment when you look at the clouds above us.
The local TV forecast this morning suggested that we could have some showers just passing right on the edge of us. Let's see what the cricket weather app suggests. The Met Office said a 30% chance for showers. Net Weather, the cricket weather app site, is not suggesting any showers. A possibility maybe 12, a bit between 12 and 1. Here's Potts then, bowling to Brown, who's on 144. Brown forward to this one, no run. His highest score came last year when he got 165 not out in an innings victory against Surrey, who then went on to win the league.
That was a good win here, though.
Yeah. Previous had been 163 not out in a draw against Durham in Hove in 2014. And that was that day when he put on that huge partnership of 335 for the 6th wicket with Luke Wright, who scored 189. I think it was a record 6th wicket stand for Sussex. Potts comes in, Sun goes in, Brown plays this short on the leg side, no run.
A bit worried when the sun goes behind a cloud, because that means the temperature will drop another couple of degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a good move for Ben Brown along the coast, starting his 4th season. Past 2,000 runs, actually, for Hampshire during this innings. Playing his 44th match for Hampshire.
Potts comes in. Brown pushes that one off towards point for a single. 145, 431 for 7. How's your mind work then, Kev, of the geography of this area where you live? Is everything sort of down past here, like here be dragons, and you don't venture down that way much, and because more your life's sort of more to the north of Southampton, would you say? Or?
Well, yeah. I mean, I live right at the tip of the north of Southampton, right at the tip of the top. Of Southampton. So, yeah, I suppose if anything, I tend to migrate northwards and westwards towards the New Forest way. And that way. I don't come this way eastwards as much.
Potts in and he's bowled, and that's a cracking delivery. Abbott has lost his off stump, and that one nipped through really low, and he's gone for 4. And that's a 5 for Potts, is it? Or no, 4 for 63. Oh,
we lost the replay.
Just about to see the replay, and then it stopped again. Oh, here we go.
Here it comes again. If you're watching the picture feed, now's the time to watch. Here we go.
Off stump, yeah. Cartwheeling out the ground.
Bit like the one to Liam Dawson.
Yeah, it was just a bit dead after it bounced, wasn't it, really?
Didn't it? Yeah. Whether Kyle Abbott picked it up particularly well, I don't know. Looks as though he might not quite have seen it as early as he would have liked, but nevertheless, it was spot on from Potts. And he has found a little spot from that pavilion end. Every now and then, the ball does keep a little low. Off stump has gone cartwheeling.
The fact that his off stump went cartwheeling suggests he didn't pick it up.
That was comprehensive. I don't think there's too much doubt about that.
8 runs added for that partnership, and the deficit is 80.
Yeah, just not what Hampshire wanted. 8 minutes into play, although it's 10 minutes now. Peter Fincham has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com as we wait for Brad Wheel to make his way to the middle. He says, I'm just messaging to say hello from the paradise beach of El Cortillo in Fuerteventura. You don't want much when you're here, but I love laying in one of the stone beach pods listening to the game, as I have been since arriving yesterday. Thoughts on whether Brett Hampson will struggle to get back into the side or a potential route back in for Ali Orr? And he says also, can you remind Martin that the north-south divide is the M27?
M27?
Yeah.
It doesn't run north-south, does it? So it goes west?
No, it's the north-south divide. So anything north of the M27. That's what he's saying.
Right.
So you've been right on the border.
Yeah.
Travelling in.
Fuerteventura is a bit breezy. We were there 3 years ago for an afternoon on a cruise, and where the ship went in, everything was closed. It was a Sunday. There was very little to do. We were wandering around looking for something to do. It's Potts bowls to Wheel. Wheel defends this one, and we could hear a whistle and some cheering. So we followed the noise, came across this little football ground on the edge of town. Walked in through the door. One team were playing in green, the other were playing in white, I think. The green team had a free kick on the edge of the box. The attacker bent the ball straight past the goalie and in off the bar, and the ref blew for full time. We saw one kick and it was a goal.
Wow. And
it was an injury time equaliser. And all these fans in green on one side of the ground all came racing onto the pitch to celebrate, and everybody else on the other side all just disappeared. It's gone off down to third man and Wheels off the mark, second delivery. So we didn't even know who we were watching, so I looked it up online, and it was apparently a Spanish third division game.
Okay.
I couldn't even tell you who the teams were. And that was about it for Fuerteventura. The only other time I've been there was for a few hours as well, when we were trying to land in Lanzarote, and there was a big storm, and we got diverted at Fuerteventura and spent about 6 hours sitting on the tarmac there. That was fun with a little baby.
I bet.
And running out of milk.
I bet that was. So back to the point that Peter Fincham was making. So whether Brett Hampson will get back in the side. He's only here for 2 months, so we're obviously rapidly getting to that point anyway. My guess is at the moment he might struggle. I think his performances today probably don't warrant him playing. Come back to that as Doggett Bowls. Length ball to Wheel, plays that nicely out towards extra cover. He can obviously play, he can obviously bat, and he can obviously bowl, there's no doubt about it. He just doesn't quite maybe adapted quickly enough. As regards Ali Orr, the thing is, I think it's a position where if it warrants a spinner playing, an extra spinner like this game, although as we've been mentioning many times, it hasn't quite turned as much as people thought. Then of course you've got Felix Organ as an option. If you want the extra seamer, you've got James Fuller as an option. Here's Doggett again, good carry through, but left alone by Wheel. Ali Orr, I suppose, is an out-and-out batter. My guess is that James Fuller's been a little bit unlucky not playing this game. I thought he bowled quite decently in the last game here against Somerset. So it's a selection dilemma, that's for sure. I don't think Ali Orr's completely out of the picture, so I don't know, it's a long season. Still a long season, still plenty of cricket left. I'm sure we'll see him at some point. Doggett Bowls again, all plays and misses outside the off stump.
Katie's sent a message today. She said, regarding your chat the other day about early cricket matches. So where were we? Up a Harble, down, what was it called again?
Hambledon.
Hambledon. What's the place?
Broad Halfpenny Down.
Broad Halfpenny Down, that's it. So she said, this has popped up on a local Facebook group about the first recorded women's match on the 26th of July, 1745.
Doggett runs away from us, bowls to Wheel down the leg side, nicely clipped away down to fine leg. Wheel moves on to 2, 4:33 for 8.
She said it was at what is now Bramley Cricket Club, about 5 miles from Pepper Harrow, because there's this debate as to whether the first game to rules was played at your
Broad Halfpenny Down.
Broad Halfpenny Down or the country estate of Pepper Harrow.
Okay. So
the report says the greatest cricket match that ever was played in the south part of England was on Friday the 26th of last month. That's pretty recent then, wasn't it?
It's played by Brown square on the offside. I have to hurry here, Brad Wheel, but he's home and dry. 4:34 for 8, 77 behind.
What's the reporter been doing for a month? On Golden Common near Guildford in Surrey, between 11 maids of Bramley and 11 maids of Hambledon, dressed all in white. The Bramley maids had blue ribbons and the Hambledon maids red ribbons on their heads. The Bramley girls got 119 notches, it says, and the Hambledon girls 127.
Okay, there's Doggett, length ball and wheels in behind it. The notches, I guess, did they used to have a branch? And
is that how they did it?
Run or something. Something in the back of my mind tells me that somebody with a knife would cut. You know, as the runs were totted up.
Good way of
I don't know. I'm guessing.
I've not heard of notches before.
No, maybe I'm guessing.
Unless it's Buenos notches. And the Hambledon girls, they got 127. There was of both sexes the greatest number that ever was seen on such an occasion. The girls bowled, batted and ran and catched, as well as many men could do in that game.
Catched?
Yes.
They don't say caught,
No.
obviously in those days.
Yeah, it's a catch-22 situation. Thanks for that, Katie.
Interesting.
In comes Potts looking for another notch. Oh, and he nearly got one there. Brown fiddling away outside the off stump there, uncharacteristically. He's on 146.
Yeah, he's quite a long way away from the ball.
Yeah.
He's looking to angle that out square on the offside, trying to give himself some room, so he's staying well inside the line of the ball.
Now today is VE Day, the start of a week of celebrations. I think Thursday is the actual day, isn't it? But there's a big procession in London today, and in Holland where the armistice was signed. So in comes Potts. This is played off towards backward point for 1 for Brown. Takes him on to 147. 435 for 8. The deficit 76. So I'm just wondering how you're marking today. It's a bank holiday, of course. Will there be much cricket on today? Some cup ties, maybe?
Well, yes. There is a first new competition for the women. The T20 Knockout Cup, which is an FA Cup style competition, which today mainly features the third tier sides, the National League women's sides.
Potts comes in, played to the cover area by Wheel. I know there's minor counties matches because Northumberland are at Peterborough Cricket Club playing Cambridge here today.
That's right, yeah, I was coming to that. So the men, national counties in their 50 over competition are playing today.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah, Dorset in action, Dorset men. But it's, national counties women's sides playing in the first round of the T20 Knockout Cup. And then there's a second round where a lot of the Tier 2 sides join, although I think some are playing first round cricket. And then the third round is in a couple of weeks' time, where the Tier 1 sides join.
That's when Liverpool come into the competition. Potts the Wheel, it's played back to him along the ground. I wonder if there's any local league cricket. I'm trying to think, May Bank Holiday, if we used to play on a May Bank Holiday, or if it was cup matches on the Bank Holiday Monday.
You don't play National Village Cup games, or maybe National Club
I never
matches.
played at that sort of level.
No,
I mean,
I think you'll find, and I might be talking rubbish, but your main club competitions will have been Saturday, and it will be Saturday. I think Bank Holiday is probably reserved for your Village Cup games and your things like that.
I know what was the Durham Senior League, the North East Premier League now, as Potts comes in. This is played short on the leg side by Wheel, no run there. Sort of May time was when you had all your midweek cup ties. There were some weeks we were playing nearly every night of the week, 20 over cup competitions or whatever. So let us know what you're up to then, if you are involved in any sporting activities today. Where are you? What you're doing? You can message me at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, or you can email wearecricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can contact Kev.
solentcricket@gmail.com. And I've had a Durham member just email me. I'll come to that in a moment.
Right. Potts comes in. Oh, playing a miss there from Wheel. That just moved away from him. That was a good sort of away swing on that one, I think.
Just watching that again on the picture feed. Oh yeah, it did. That did straighten. Good stuff, Matthew Potts. Yes, John Moore, a Durham member, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, you mentioned it being cold in Southampton. It is relatively. Obviously, you've got to say relatively.
Well,
it's cold for down here.
It was 9 degrees this morning. It was cold for just the last few days, really.
For sure. John says, up in Durham, it's been like that for the past 4 days. My 17-year-old grandson, Ryan, played a game for his club, Littletown, on Thursday evening, when not only was it cold, but they had a thunderstorm and got soaked.
Yeah.
He played 2 games over the weekend and said yesterday he was frozen. He only took up cricket 2 years ago.
And he's now given up.
Well, fortunately, it doesn't quite say that here, but you think he might think about it. That's on the line of leg stump, clipped away down to fine leg by Ben Brown, who moves on to 148. 436 for 8R Hampshire, trailed by 75 on the first innings. He only took up cricket 2 years ago after I took him to a game at the Riverside, and he gave up football for cricket and loves it. Says John. That's nice. That's a nice email.
Well, we've got, I mean, it's going to warm up again after today because we've got this high pressure sitting over us, but the high pressure moved, which allowed lots of colder air to get sucked in from the Arctic area, and that's why the temperatures drop. But then that's going to move out again, and there's going to be another blocking system in place.
Doggett Bowls on the line of middle and leg, turned to mid-wicket by Wheel.
So I think as the week goes on, the days are getting hotter and hotter again, by next weekend you're going to be mid-20s again.
Oh dear.
So, but I mean 19 would do me, 18, 19.
Yeah, it's pleasant enough, isn't it?
Can't get vexed with that. Little Town, you've stayed at the Ramside before, haven't you? Yes. So Little Town's out the back of the Ramside.
Okay. Nice part of the world. In the countryside there? Is it outside Darlington, isn't it? Somewhere.
No, it's just...
or outside Sunderland, isn't it, or something? Wheel is forward. That goes up towards mid-on, where Matthew Potts is fielding.
I drove through there the other day, actually. It's dropped a friend off at a village near there and cut through Little Town to come back up to just above the Ramside to go on the dual carriageway back to Sunderland.
Nice golf course there. Or there was.
At the Ramside?
Hopefully it's still there.
Yeah, well, it's now. When you went up the very back part of the Ramside, the road that run around the back, that goes off towards Little Town.
Okay. Wheel turns that to mid-wicket and there is no run.
I don't know what your memory's like of the Ramside, but there was 3 different sections of 9 holes, and there was one little section which took you around the back of the clubhouse in a sort of U around the top part of the course, and then you came round some trees and came back down the other side. And they've built lots of luxury houses there now because they bought land across the main road on the other side, so there's now, I think they've now got 2 18-hole golf courses there now.
Right. Dog it in, bowls short, pulled away, but actually it's gone off the top of the pad and it ricochets past first slip, sort of half stop where George Drissel is running after it up towards the pavilion, and that will be a leg by. 437 for 8.
That was where you were when that match never happened, was it? What year was that? 97 or something?
96, 97. 4 days and we never bowled a ball. And
but you played golf every day.
We played golf every day because the weather was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that was that was the first 4-day game ever to not be played, not a ball bowled, because obviously 4-day cricket was only starting to come in around. That's nicely clipped away behind point by Brown, but there is a fielder out in the deep. Brown moves on to 149, 73 runs behind. Peter Fincham's back on the emails, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, was Martin in Coraleco or Puerto del Rosario?
Wherever the ship goes in. That's right. I'll have a look at the map.
My instinct is the former, he says, as the 2 home teams in Puerto don't play in green. Oh, he's talking about the football you were talking about. The main football team in Coraleco, Fuerteventura, that historically wore a green jersey, is Club Deportivo Coraleco.
Right.
CD Coraleco, he says. While the team's home colours were green, they are no longer active as they dissolved in 2023. CD Coraleco was a Spanish football club based in Coraleco, Fuerteventura, and played in Primera Aficionados, Fuerteventura.
We went into Puerto del Rosario.
That's right, he says it, yeah.
There was very little to do there. It was near the airport, actually.
There we are. The Fulham under-21 football team are just taking a little wander around the berm away to our right. They're staying in the hotel. Saw them last night. Fulham Football Club coach outside. I thought, it's the under-21s, and there they are if you're on the ground.
In comes Potts. That's gone down the leg side. It's a very good take from Ollie Robinson, one-handed.
And their white tracksuit tops and black tracksuit trousers or shorts. Obviously having a little pre-match wander. Very polite. Well, a few of them were in the lift last night, actually. They were very polite.
comes Potts. That's played by Brown. Out towards the backward point. It takes him to 150. The third time he's got there. 257 balls, 13 fours.
The old cliche has been a real captain's knock. But
It has, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, it did. And I did say that to him last night. I said, you know, it's great that there was half centuries from Nick Gubbins and Mark Stoneman and also Felix Organ. But when you are so far behind on the first innings, or starting off so far behind, it's important somebody gets a big 100. And, of course, it is the captain who set a fine example.
Potts bowls to Wheel. It's gone to point no run there.
We've used up almost a half an hour this morning for the loss of Kyle Abbott. Bowled by Potts for 4, didn't add to his overnight total. I think it might have actually been the first ball he faced this morning. Sean Swatton has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. Now, I did get a message about this over the weekend. I'll come to that about the subject. But he says, hope you're enjoying this glorious bank holiday Monday. Can we get a little chat going about the weekend just gone? Verwood Cricket Club in the New Forest scored 498 for 2 off 45 overs, with Will Przecki scoring 294. 29 fours and 22 sixes. What an effort. Yes, I did. I saw that because I had a message saying about that.
Potts comes in, pulled by Wheel, and that is away out through deep mid-wicket for 4. It was short, he saw it early and planted it to the boundary.
It's not a bad shot from a number 10.
He moves on to 6. 443 for 8, the deficit's 68. Is that, there's a little cricket ground out there in front of the hotel, isn't it? There's the Barmer Lawn
That's
or something?
Barmer Lawn, yeah. Yeah, down towards Brockenhurst.
Yeah.
That's right. Now, Verwood's a little bit more towards Bournemouth.
Right. They don't have ponies wandering around the middle of the air.
I've never actually played at Verwood, but it wouldn't be, if they didn't, it wouldn't be a million miles away. Several grounds in the New Forest do have that, and I have played on 1 or 2 where you actually have to halt the game for a little while, waiting for the ponies to walk across the outfield.
That golf club we went to, there were ponies roaming around
New Forest
there.
Golf Club, that's right, outside Lyndhurst.
Yeah.
Yep.
Potts comes in and bowls, and this is down towards third man. Parkinson will pick that up. Wheel gets a single. So he's now got 7, 444 for 8. My mate from school, Alan, lives down here. He's on the other side of the New Forest, down on the coast, sort of down. What would that be? Is it Lymington?
Yes,
yeah,
on the coast.
He's
yeah.
down there, and he's an engineer who's involved in the design and the building of these huge cruise liners.
Okay.
So he's forever heading off to shipyards in Italy and all over the
Yeah,
place.
I think they do. I think down that way they're more sort of luxury boats, are they? Cruisers? I'm not sure.
Next ball is cut down towards third man by Brown for 1. He has 151. He'll keep strike as well. 4-5 for 8. I think he works for either P&O and Cunard, one of the big cruise line companies.
Other cruise companies available, of course.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, no. Actually, I think it's Poole where they make some luxury.
Well, that'll be
speedboats. And
yeah.
things like
Well, like Princess Cruises and the ones I saw down at is it Burlesdon? Where was I the other night?
Bursledon.
Bursleden.
Yeah. Is there any other cruise lines you can mention or boat companies
There's,
before we finish this segment?
Well, no. These are the boats you're on about, not ships.
Well, I don't know the technical terms for some of them, but yeah.
They manufacture them in Plymouth Harbour, don't they? There's a place there, I think.
I don't know. I don't know, but there is definitely some manufacturing going on in Poole. And I think, yes, there is a bit in Lymington, actually, thinking about it. I just remember when I walk along the road, there's a few shipyards there. Little ones, you know. 4:45 for 8, and we've got our first bit of spin this morning with Callum Parkinson. 45 overs, 1 for 112. He's bowled well in this game, actually, with not a lot of luck. Bowled very accurately. Stephen Clark, his first email of the day. I'm surprised it's taken so long. sonatcricket@gmail.com. The Shane Warne Wrinkleys are in position, he says, up there at the far end of the ground, but just to the right of the pavilion as we look. He says, I wonder if Katie, talking about the Bramley Maids, which you were earlier, forwardies, Brown out on the offside, is the same Katie who emailed on Friday about playing cricket in the rain with a large group of children.
Yes, it is.
Or is it? If so, I further wonder if said Katie is my walking cricket coach. All right, okay. So driven up to mid-off. Brown moves on to 152. 4:46 for 8.
I met Katie's dad last year. He's a Somerset fan, and he comes up from Exeter on the train to watch Somerset home games at Taunton.
Okay.
I think Katie had made a cake for us, which she managed to get to him somehow, and he brought the cake to us in the press box, which was devoured, and then we returned an empty tray, an empty tin to him the next day. So
65 between the two sides now as Wheel pushes forward. I think he's outside edge. The ball travels to back with a point. I think it's Cody Youssef there.
And I think it was the one-day cup final against Warwickshire in 2014. She turned up at Lord's with a big tub of cakes for us as well.
Oh, lucky man. Forward is Wheel. Very watchful with that one.
Very talented in the cake department. When she was working in a zoo, she was the one who used to count meerkats as part of her job at a zoo.
I suppose depending on how busy she was, it's depending on how many meerkats there was. As, again, Wheel is well forward to that one. Change of commentary at the end of this over, being Amelia Clark in. The Fulham under-21 sides are completing their full lap of the ground. They're now just to our left.
There's a few stragglers at the back, dropped off the back with the pace.
Looks like they're enjoying watching a bit of cricket. That's off the pad as it goes fine on the leg side, and that's the end of the over. So 4:46 for 8. Hampshire have added 7. Oh no, 4:46 for the 36. Oh, under 20 this morning for the loss of Kyle Abbott. Martin Emerson is staying on, and it's Amelia Clark.
Okay, Kevin. Stuart Dick's been on. He says, no sport for us in the rhubarb triangle today. The mighty Glasshoughton are 2 for 2 in the Pontefract District Division 1 season, though. Unfortunately, my wooden sounding pads brought my demise on Saturday. Thinking of selling them, as they must sound like my pad. Morning, Amelia.
Good morning.
Did you bring a coat with you or not?
I have brought a coat. Yeah. That's my coat there. Yep.
Here's Potts coming in from the pavilion end. Brown carves him down to Parkinson at third man and moves on to 153. So 166 is his target for now, because that would be his highest score. From there, I suppose, push on to 200.
Yeah, I think Durham have really started well this morning. I mean, quick wicket and Kyle Abbott, the big hitter. Although a bowler, you know, he can hit well if he gets going. I think they've done well to really just shut that down and take an early wicket, get the momentum back in their favour.
Potts comes in and bowls, and again it's off down to third man, this time from Wheels, Wheels bat. So he gets a single. He has 8. 4 for 8 for 8. And the deficit is 63. I said in my morning preview for the BBC website that wouldn't be surprised if we had parity in this game, or even Hampshire with a slight lead. So wickets have not come in bundles in this match at all. Where are we now? We've had 18 wickets in 3 and a bit days.
Yes.
So in comes Potts and bowls, and again Brown guides the ball down to third man once more for another single. Parkinson fields it down below our commentary position. He's got 154. I'm reminded, it's all online now, but there's a trade magazine called UK Press Gazette, which is find out what's going on in the newspaper industry and everything. So I started getting that when I was about 17 and about to go off to journalism college, and there was a section in the middle which was humorous cuttings from around the country called Dog Eats Dog, which was hilarious. And you know, you're looking at this, 18 wickets in 3 days, and I'm reminded of a press cutting from newspaper in Inverness, I think it was, as Potts bowls here. That one skids through as Wheel looks to cut and plays and misses. And the headline was something like, not much to write about as Inverness Caledonian Thistle draw 0-0 with whoever. And then it said underneath, 40 paragraphs later. Still managed to fill 2 pages on a 0-0
Goodness
draw.
me. Too fair, that is a lot.
Graham Clark is ferociously signalling to the Durham dressing room. He wants something brought in, so I think he's asked for a helmet, And he might be going in as a short leg, perhaps, as Potts bowls again. Playing a miss this time from Wheel. Slightly tighter to the stumps, a rising delivery on a length. It's gone over the off-stump bail, I think.
Yeah, it was really tight to the outside bail there, but not quite. And Will managed to get himself and the bat out of the way, but managed to protect his stump just that little bit that he needed to.
So 449 for 8. The deficit is 62. As Potts comes in and bowls. Wheel plays it to the covers, no run there. And that is the end of the over. 3 singles from it at the start and then 3 dot balls. Martin Emerson with you, Amelia Clark, Kevin James. Emily's gone to have a bit of physio and will be back with us a little bit later on. I have noticed she's getting faster on her crutches going around the ground now, hasn't she?
Yeah, I gave her a lift in this morning, and I forgot to drop her at the door, and I drove into the car park. She was like, "No, I'll be fine." I was like, "You sure?" And I was walking my normal pace, and she was keeping up. I was like, "Goodness me, you're moving really well on there." So yeah, hopefully she'll be back playing very soon.
Brown's wagon wheel on the screen here. Lots of singles. Singles in yellow, the 2s in white, and a few 4s in there as well.
As Parkinson comes back into bowl from the hotel end. He's in as the field creeps with him. A bit of a swing and a miss. He tries to sort of pull that into the leg side, but that scurried through to the hands of Ollie Robinson in the wicket keeping. Yeah, it did. There was a bit of turn on there. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe getting a bit of movement there as Parkinson. Again, full length there, pushed into the offside. Cover or collect.
I think Parkinson just held back on the length on the previous delivery, which was trying to bring Brown out of his crease.
Disrupted that rhythm a little bit. Parkinson in again, field creeps with him. Full length delivery there, taken on the volley as it's pushed into the leg side square of the wicket. Deep square comes up just to hold them at 1.
450 for 8. 147.3 overs.
And Hampshire have their 450 for 8. It's taken 147 overs, and they only trail by 61 runs.
The bonus points ended ages ago. They ended up with 2 batting points and 2 bowling in this innings. The last wicket to fall in bonus point terms was the 6th in the 91st over. The next wicket to fall after that, the 7th.
Parkinson in again. Well blocked there.
Didn't come for another 47 overs, and that was after a partnership of 164, record 7th wicket stand for Hampshire against Durham from Felix Organ and Ben Brown. Organ eventually out for 70.
Parkinson in again. Bit of a longer length delivery there, just pushed to cover. Yeah, Parkinson was just sort of showing the ball to the umpire there, maybe just starting to sort of put that seed of, oh, we need a new ball in. You know, he knows it's not going to come yet, but he'll want that soon, as he straighter delivery that time is just blocked straight into the offside, and that will be the end of the over.
Well, they're not far from the 3rd new ball, because the 66, is it 66 overs in with this one?
I believe so.
Yeah. So they can get another one in 14 overs.
Yeah, maybe just starting to be like, oh, you know, I definitely need that new ball, so that when it comes in, they
68 overs.
Yep.
With a new ball. With this ball, this new old ball. What's happening elsewhere then? Warwickshire beat Yorkshire yesterday by 5 wickets. Somerset are 6 down at Taunton and need another 65 to beat Essex. That one going right down to the wire there. Leicestershire yesterday beat Northants by 132 runs. Good start for Leicestershire this season. Potts starting a new over here to Brown, and Brown once again finds 3rd man in Parkinson, and he's happy to just keep guiding the ball down there today. There's a number of singles down there this morning. So he's on 156. Middlesex are 98 for 3 at Lords. They need another 267 to beat Kent in Division 2. In Manchester, Lancashire have started their 2nd innings. They're 44 for none after Gloucestershire made 589 for 8 declared. So Lancashire trail by 95 runs. There was a big double 100 in that game as well. As Potts comes in to bowl to Wheel. Wheel drives at that one, and it's away for 4, past point. Slightly over pitched. Who was it who got all the runs? Ollie Price, 253 he got for Gloucestershire, and there 589 for 8 declared.
Hampshire move on to 455 for 8. The trail nearing that 50 mark, 56 currently.
In Cardiff, Glamorgan are in their second innings now against Derbyshire. They are 154 for 6. They lead by 235. Potts has taken 4 for 80. This is his 29th over. Comes in and bowls. And Wheel finds Drizzell in the gully. No run there. So if you want to get in touch at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, or you can email weircricket@bbc.co.uk. Always interested to hear what you're up to and where you are and what you're doing today.
Similarly for us, if you're if you're local and you want to get in touch, or if you're worldwide, we've had a lot of people over the years emailing in across the globe. solentcricket@gmail.com. Where are you listening from today?
Potts comes in and bowls, and Wheel puts that past Drizzell. He didn't get out sharp enough, and it's gone down towards the third man corner. Picked up by Parkinson. 2 runs for Wheel, takes him on to 14. 457 for 8, deficit 54. Stephen Johnson's email, he says, Marty, we were at Fuerteventura many years ago in May, and it was windy all the time. It is always windy there, and Lanzarote is very windy as well. It was the time of the football playoffs, and Sunderland were knocked out by Crystal Palace. Yeah, I remember that one. The Palace winner was the goalie got bundled into the net with a ball in his hand, like something from the early 1900s.
An almost identical shot there, played by Wheel, straight past the third man, but he's managed to get it.
Missed it again. He's lying down on the ground, a bit annoyed there. 2 more for Wheel. He said it was not one of my favourite holidays for more reasons than the weather. So he obviously had spoilt him that Sunderland went out in the playoffs as well. Did you notice a guy called Zayn Abbas scored 235 out of Hetton Lions total of 378 for 4 in the North East Premier League on Saturday? I hadn't seen that. Potts bowls. Wheel plays this to the covers. No run there, and that is the end of the over.
Yeah, good over there from both batsmen.
Yeah.
Just
9 runs from it, I think.
Yeah. Using that pace against Potts just to get a few more runs. A really nice move that score on. Deficit is now 52. Hampshire are 459 for 8. They chase the big score of 511 set down by Durham. We've got Ben Brown in the middle, captain Ben Brown for Hampshire, put in an almighty score of 156, and he's still going. And Wheel has just joined him on 16. Just come out after the last dismissal of Kyle Abbott, who was bowled by Potts.
Well, there's a couple of little milestones coming up for Brown. If he gets to 164, that will be his second highest total, beating his 163 not out for Sussex against Durham in 2014. And then if he gets to 166, that's his highest total, beats his 165 not out in an innings win against Surrey last year.
Callum Parkinson again come from the hotel end as he bowls. That's pushed into the offside there, and mid-off will go chasing for that. As he sort of he dove and laid on the ground and threw it back to cover, as it just held for 1. Slight adjustment in the field. I think we're just going to have a cover going to a more extra cover position. Deep cover's coming to a more sort of deep mid-off. Callum Parkinson going in again. Slightly shorter delivery there, but just pushed into the extra cover position. No runs.
A reminder, everything's set in stone time-wise on the final day, unless some weather comes along and interrupts. So each session just at 2 hours, in theory.
In again comes Parkinson. Shorter delivery, well, but blocked there by Wheel.
So tea is at 20 to 4, lunch at 1 o'clock. Close of play 6 o'clock.
In again comes Parkinson. Doesn't waste any time. Short delivery there, pushed onto leg side. Square of the wicket. Picked up by square leg. Suddenly looked as if... Is it raining? It's just started raining.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
It's just started raining out of
Get them off.
completely nowhere.
It's dangerous out there. Get them off.
That That's something
They are going to go
yeah,
for you.
I think they have. That's come out of absolutely nowhere. I was just about to say it didn't look like it was going to rain,
No.
but I think there was a dark cloud coming from behind us. Yep, the covers are coming out. The groundsman sprinting across.
It's heavy drizzle at the
It
minute,
is a
isn't
heavy
it?
drizzle. That is like the heavens opened out of nowhere, really, for that.
I think by the time they've got off, this may well have passed.
May well have stopped, yeah.
There were just some small showers that may or may not clip us today.
Yeah, but the stumps are out. The umpires are, the last to leave the field. They're pointing at something, and that's the noise of the hovercraft. So we will take a short break, and we'll be back when play begins.
just overhead. In fact, the ground staff are just hanging around by the hover cover, so just in case we get another one. They went off at 11:45, so I think we're going to lose about 15 minutes because both teams are back out in the middle. So a short, sharp delay. Hampshire 460 for 8 in their first innings, replying to Durham's 511. So Hampshire currently 51 runs behind. 51 runs behind currently. They started the day 4:29 for 7. Martin's in the background there talking. So what's been happening there, Martin? It doesn't matter about the number of overs. We just lost 15 minutes, really.
Yeah, I think they've only lost 2 balls.
Oh gosh, yeah, 2 balls over 15 minutes. Good grief. Oh well. Hey ho. So it wasn't that much. I think really on day 4 it's about time, to be honest, because we have 2-hour sessions for the first 2 sessions. So, and then of course we can shake hands in the evening session if the game is heading towards a draw, which I think things are looking that way. Right, Kevin James and Amelia Clark with you for this period of play. As forward is Brad Wheel. He's on 16. Ben Brown still there on 157. In the 45 minutes of play that we did get, Kyle Abbott lost his off stump convincingly to Matthew Potts for 4. Didn't add to his overnight total. Forward is Brad Wheel. That goes out to point. So yeah, just a 15-minute delay.
Yeah, it was very much. I mean, now there's sunshine. It was very much. Oh yeah, I don't think it's going to rain. Oh, it's raining. So yeah, I think it was. As we said, we were kind of thinking there might be showers today, and that was exactly what was forecast. So the weather forecast getting it spot on.
Very odd. Well, odd in a way they got it spot on, but
yeah. But the way it just went, oh, my brain went, is it hazy? What's going on? And then I suddenly looked to the scoreboard and you can see the lashing rain, and I suddenly thought, oh goodness, it's absolutely chucking it down out there. And I think the fielders were very keen to just, yeah, I want to get off now.
Yeah, and now look at it.
Yeah, beautiful sunshine.
Beautiful. But there's still quite a bit of cloud around, so yeah, might not rule out another shower at some point. Got an email from Fraser Hymas. I hope I've got that right, Fraser. sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, we're just sitting below you at the Utilita Bowl. James is playing at Sparsholt this afternoon in the Under-11s League, says Fraser. It is their first league game of the season. They're playing Trojans, which is a club on the outskirts of Southampton, Stoneham Lane, going towards Eastleigh.
As Cody Youssef comes forward over the wicket this time. And a full-length delivery there, played off to the offside, but there'll be a deep point there, ready to collect. Just hold them at 1.
So there's a lot of cricket going on today. Obviously, young age groups, and we mentioned that there is a full first round fixtures in the new Women's T20 Cup. The national counties are playing another round, a second round in the 50 over competition.
That one run took Hampshire to 461 for 8. It does also mean now that they only trail by 50, which is a huge landmark that they would have been looking to get to. Cody Youssef does a few small steps at the start of his run-up as he comes in, past the umpire and over the wicket. Full-length delivery there, same place in the offside, and deep point goes chasing after just to hold them at 1. And they're under the 50, trailing at 49.
So it started the day 82 runs behind. It's been a mammoth effort from both sides, no matter what happens here in the first innings. Yes, it's been an easy pitch for the batters, but it's still a good effort to get 500 in one side, and where are we? 462 with the other ones.
Yeah.
It's a lot of runs.
Youssef in again to Brown on strike. Bowls. This time played leg side. They thought about running, but they chose against it.
Here's an interesting email, and I mention it's interesting because one of the people mentioned I bumped into last week. Matthew Birch, sonandcricket@gmail.com. It's quite a long email, actually. He's Mickle Mersham Timsbury Cricket Club, which is on the way to Winchester.
Yeah.
It is that way, isn't it?
Youssef in again. Bowls. Off to the offside now. Deep point will come forward and collect just to hold them at 1. What else is he saying?
Right, here goes. He says, hoping today turns out to provide some entertainment, but seems like a nailed-on draw. Just thought I'd share my experience from my Hampshire Cricket League match on Saturday. Mickle Mersham Timsbury first 11 against OT's and Romsey's third 11. the latter featuring former Hampshire player Ian Brunchweiler, who was playing in the same team as his young son. This will become clearer.
Wheel on strike as Yusuf bowls again. This time it's sort of a miss-hit into the leg side square of the wicket. They run through for one to get Brown on strike. He wasn't best pleased with himself there, Wheel. I think it was a bit of a... It came off the inside edge there. We'll watch the replay.
Just nip back a fraction. Oh, it did.
Yeah, it really came into his body there.
It did, didn't it? Yeah, it bounced roundabout off stump and just nipped in a little bit. Good delivery. Right, so former Hampshire player Ian Brunchweiler, who was playing in the same team as his young son. Right, we've got that bit. Coming in at number 5 with a score at 10 for 3, Ian batted left-handed. Well, he was most certainly a right-hander.
Yusuf again just blocks it as they run for one, square of the wicket on the offside.
So he came in and batted left-handed. And apparently scored his first run batting as a southpaw, right. Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have done that very often. He proceeded to make 19, and we were beginning to wonder if he might turn round and start smacking it around King's Somborn Recreation Ground. That's on the way to Romsey, isn't it?
Yes.
King's Somborn that way, sort of way, or out that way anyway. But he was bowled before we found out that if that was in the plan. We were well on our way to chasing the 125 set by Romsey, with Ian apparently set to bowl the next over. Unfortunately, before we could find out what the former Hampshire wicketkeeper's bowling was like, I played a horrific slog, twisted and dislocated my kneecap.
Oh my goodness.
Says Matt.
Goodness
oh
me,
dear.
mate, you were right in the walls.
Yeah, that's remained laid out on the ground beside the crease for the next 2.5 hours as we prepare to wait for the next over, which will be bowled by Callum Parkinson. He's 49th of the innings and the 152nd in total that Durham had been out in the field for. Nicely played off the back foot by Ben Brown. Moves on to 161, 466 for 8. So he was... that's remained laid out on the ground beside the crease for the next 2.5 hours, waiting for an ambulance.
Goodness me. Oh, that's painful.
Wow. And about 1 a.m. Sunday morning, I hope the ambulance didn't arrive
Then, yeah.
No. My kneecap was finally put back in place.
Oh,
that sounds horrific, doesn't it? Needless to say, the game had to be abandoned, and we never got to see if Mr. Brunchweiler, as that's played out into the gap on the offside, single to Brad Wheel, who moves on to 19, 467.
Was indeed supposed to be
8.
a lefty or a righty.
I know. And we never got to see if Mr. Brunchweiler would have gotten his team back into the game with his bowling. The worst part, unbeknown to me, I was caught out whilst mid-collapse.
Oh, no, that's not fair. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. Not when you're collapsing. No.
Yeah. That says he couldn't even claim a retired hurt. That's half stop at extra cover. Ben Brown takes a couple of steps down the field, but Brad Wheel says no. Now, that's interesting. Now, interesting story about Ian Brunchweiler, that, yes, he was a former Hampshire player here, and a really good guy. As that's pushed out square on the offside. Now, here's my little add-on to that. That's a single, 469 for 8. I was at Edgbaston week before last with the Hampshire women.
You were.
Where the game was tied, very exciting game. And the night before, I stayed in a hotel and went down to breakfast. I was sitting there having my breakfast. The Hampshire women's team was in the same hotel, and I didn't realise that. And then in walked Ian Brunchweiler, who I hadn't seen for a few years. That's turned away on the leg side by Brad Wheel. So we had a chat, and I caught up with him. Now, the previous job that he had that I knew about was he coaches coaches, basically. But he was in the football domain. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up there because, again, it looked like both batters initially wanted to go. Brad Wheel more so this time, but in the end was sent back. And no harm was done. 468 for 8. Hampshire trailed by 43. So the last time I saw him, he was at the Southampton Football Club training ground, wandering around and coaching coaches. So it turned out that he got sacked from that job when there was a change of manager a little while ago. There's been a couple this season. There's the scorecard if you're looking at the live picture feed, and with the match summary as well, where Hampshire trailed by 43. And it now turns out that he decided, after he got sacked during the winter, that he thought with 2 children, and one of them obviously was mentioned in that email, that he wanted to spend a little bit more time with them. And so he went out on his own. He said, I took a chance.
As Cody Yusuf comes in again over the wicket. This time, it's been bowled. He's been absolutely bold as Ben Brown. He came clean through the wickets, and it didn't even look like the field had sort of realised. But a very good strike there. Unfortunately, it was sort of played, yeah, absolutely plump. Came in, turned a little bit, leg stump, and completely missed by Ben Brown. Unfortunately, a triumphant effort though. He's led his team 162 of 275. Unfortunately, there aren't many people in the stands today. It's quite a cold, but he will get quite the rapturous applause as he exits the field. He should be incredibly proud of the position he's helped his team get to today. Bowled by Cody Youssef, who's now on 2 for 81, the first ball of his deliveries. He waves his bat to the crowd in thanks and departs off. And the final batsman of the Hampshire team will come in to join Wheel in the middle. Hampshire on 468 for 9. They faced 159 deliveries.
Yeah, terrific innings. Absolutely terrific innings from Ben Brown. Came in yesterday morning at the fall of Tom Prest's wicket at half-11. The score then was 129 for 3. There he goes on the picture feed up the pavilion steps. He'll get a big round of applause and a few pats on the back as he makes his way into the Hampshire dressing room. As well. That's a good ball from Cody Youssef. He's just getting a little nip on the seam there. That's another one that's just nipped back a fraction. Youssef has just found a little spot. So yes, anyway, we were chatting over breakfast, and so he now still does the same sort of thing, but he's more involved in football and is going around doing various organisations, and he was up there on a conference, I think, actually at Edgbaston. And where a few people were meeting up, and he was telling me that he's done some coaching for Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
Funny enough, we were talking about Durham. Says that Ben Stokes is sort of, you know, maybe one of his options when he finishes playing. You know,
Yeah.
So he's been doing a bit of work with him, and he mentioned 1 or 2 other people that he's done a bit of work with in the football world as well, and in the cricket world. So actually, really interesting. And he said actually he's doing better than ever.
Oh, good.
So Saints did him a little bit of a favour. So yeah, so that's what Ian Brunchweiler's doing now. So it's good to see him, and he looked really well as well.
Cody Youssef comes in again. It's time to Baker. Very straight delivery, and I think Baker wasn't quite expecting that to be as fast as it was. He sort of kind of bent over after he managed to block it back. Yeah, Cody Youssef, an incredibly fast bowler, especially in his run-up. Looks like he's going to take off and do the high jump or something.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah, I'm not sure I'd keep up with him. He's one of the quickest bowlers I've seen run in. I mean, he's a good pace as well, but his run into his delivery stride is very quick.
As he begins again, top of his mark, in past the umpire, over the wicket, bowled. Slightly shorter delivery this time, played into the leg side.
Well, I think on the whole, Amelia, I mean, if Sonny Baker is to go, or even Brad Wheel, you know, in the next few balls, they probably just about batted, probably about as long as you'd hope for, as a minimum. Really, they've been helped, of course, by that 15-minute break for rain, but they've lasted an hour and 10 this morning so far, just taking time out of the game.
Yeah, I think, as ever, that is the Hampshire batsman's job. Just bat and keep batting. Last as long as you can. As Youssef comes in again. Blocked well by Sonny Baker. Into the offside, square of the wicket.
It's all about taking time out of the game now for Hampshire. It has been actually since they started batting at tea time on day 2, but when you get into the last day, it's especially so because the first 2 sessions are fixed. Yeah. 11 till 1, and then 1:40 until 3:40. It doesn't matter how many overs are left at tea, you will always go in at tea at that point.
Cody Youssef begins again from the pavilion end, in. Slightly shorter this time, well blocked there by Sonny Baker.
And the ground staff are still hanging around the covers.
They are, just in case.
I'll tell you what, Amelia.
It doesn't look like it's looking threatening, isn't it?
It is again, yes. From where the rain came from a little earlier, which is sort of just to our right. And we have to sort of crane around looking by the side of the hotel. That's where it seems to be coming from. Not over the Shane Warne stand, which it traditionally comes from. It's a little bit more sort of 3 o'clock.
Out to our west, apparently, that is.
Yeah.
As Youssef comes in again, final ball of the over. A little bit fuller delivery this time, played into the offside. Slip will go and retrieve that for 1.
End of the over. Good over from Yusuf. He looks, I think I have to say, Marcus North's done a great job there finding him to fill in for a little while. I think he's, he might do himself some good in this little stint with Durham. He will, you know, his name will be there for other counties, I guess, that probably wouldn't have been aware of him otherwise. And when his stint is done, I think he'll do a good job for one or two counties, that's for sure. He's very enthusiastic, not least because of that running, but some of the balls he bowled yesterday on a very slow, lowish pitch were quick. And he's getting the odd ball just to nip back now, as Ben Brown found out to his cost a little earlier in that over. So 469 for 9, 42 runs behind Hampshire. We are coming up to 12:15 on the last morning of this game, which means there are 45 minutes to go until lunch, and if Hampshire are bowled out now, of course there's 10 minutes to go between the innings, and so time is starting to run out. Forward is Baker to Callum Parkinson, who's starting his 50th over, a left-arm spinner.
He's put in quite the effort for Durham this innings.
Certainly has. He's bowled all his overs from this end as well, if I recollect. That's played out square on the offside, no run. I don't think he's changed ends at all.
I don't think he has, no. Likes it up this end.
Yeah, hasn't tried his luck.
As Emily and I were talking about yesterday, I think he perhaps likes the footholds created up that end, at the pavilion end.
I think he does. Forward is Baker. That's a nice looking forward defensive. Now Stephen Clark, who's at the far end of the ground and can see a little bit more than we can, this is either a pantomime email. He said it's behind you. He says the rain, that is, so he can see a bit more than we can. So it looks like there's a bit more coming as that's pushed up towards mid-on. Solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in quickly, because I think if they go off shortly, then we will have a slightly earlier lunch. I think that's allowed on day 4. I can't remember. Slightly quicker. Wrapped on the pad is Baker, trying to work that away on the leg side, fielded at short leg. So thank you, Stephen.
The weather is sort of saying that there's, again, flutterings of chances of rain coming in.
Yeah. Nice solid forward defensive there from Sonny Baker. Faced 11 balls, and there's the 50th over completed by Matt Parkinson, and I think there was a nice little round of applause to mark the milestone around the ground. One for 118. 469 for 9, yeah.
So, I mean, they've done very well to chase that huge score in the conditions and the time that they've had. I think to trail by 42 going into the last day, I think they've got to be pleased with themselves. They've got to think, yeah, okay, we're still in this. We're still... As Charlie and I were talking about yesterday, they didn't lose the game yesterday. They kept themselves in it the whole time.
100%.
Yeah, some really good partnerships being formed throughout, mainly with Ben Brown, with multiple partners, but yeah, really well done. Go to Yusuf in again to Brad Wheel. Bowls, full delivery there, played into the offside. Cover there, played straight at him.
Useful innings from Brad Wheel here, using up balls and time. Most important. He's a more than useful number 10, Brad Wheel. Just having a look at his scores this season. 19 was his previous best in the first innings against Somerset, so he's equalled his high score of the season.
Let's go to Yusuf at the top of his mark. Begins again in, field creeps with him. Bowls, again, short delivery on the offside. Play square of the wicket.
That's just what you want when he goes out to bat, and if you're in the coaching dugout or whatever, you're thinking, well, it's, you know, as long as he gets a score, you know, uses up some time, which he's done. I mean, he's 46 balls, which is precious at this stage.
Absolutely.
You can't ask for anybody than to match their top score, especially when you're batting as low as 10.
Yeah, 100%. It does look as if the wind is picking up a little bit. The trees to our left above the scoreboard are flurrying around as Yusuf begins again. Bowls, again, shorter delivery, this time played leg side, scurries past the umpire, and deep square will come in to field that one, just for one.
Yeah, they are looking a bit blowy, aren't they? Nice shaped trees, those, aren't they?
They are. They're all very symmetrical and very, very lovely.
I think they were the ones that were planted when this ground was originally sort of, you know,
Open?
arising from the field.
Right, yeah.
They were planted a little closer to the seats.
Yes.
And I think a few years after that, they sort of pushed them a little bit further back. But they were all brand new at the time.
Wow. Yusuf in again. Oh, a big bouncer there, short delivery. Bounced over the head of Sonny Baker and he managed to sort of duck out the way. So those trees are about the same age as me then? If they were planted about 2001?
Yeah, that would be about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, they
They're a lot
don't seem
taller
to.
than me.
They seem to be slow growing.
Mm.
Because when they were put in, I mean, obviously they were a little smaller than they are now, but they're not huge trees by any stretch of the imagination. Just watching the bouncer there again, that's a good one from Yusuf.
Yeah. If anyone
Nicely
knows what
played
type
by
of
Baker.
tree they are, please do let us know if you're in the ground.
Yes, actually, that would help.
Yeah, silentcricket@gmail.com as Yusuf comes in. Full delivery there. Clip, big shout to the umpire, but there's no interest as it scurries through.
He's gone. LBW.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh. Apologies. The umpire didn't. I was watching the umpire. I didn't
Took his
see
time.
Didn't see him move at all, but yeah. No, I think he is in line there. Yep. And that will be the end of the Hampshire innings. 470 all out. Yeah, I just watched the umpire. They really took his time. I think I was watching him, must have blinked in the second that he rose his hand. But yeah, just watching the umpire, I think watching this replay again. Yeah, just in line with the leg stump there as he came through. A great delivery from Cody Youssef. He will be very happy. He got 3 from 83. 2 deliveries falling very quickly. And the last being Sonny Baker.
So, Hampshire added 41. Sorry, they added 41 for their last 3 wickets this morning. More importantly, they used up nearly an hour and 20 minutes. So we'll get 10 minutes between the innings. So we're looking about 12:30 as a restart, assuming
I think it's going to rain again.
A shower of rain doesn't come across in the meantime. So 41 deficit between the two sides on the first innings. Hampshire trailing by 41. So Durham will start with that slight lead when they bat for a second time. Just watching one or two of the Durham players who are just taking their time to walk off, just looking behind them. It's almost as if they're looking in the sky as well and thinking, you know, will we start our second innings or what? A good morning for Cody Youssef, who picked up 2 of the 3 wickets. Kyle Abbott bowled by Potts for 4, didn't add to his overnight total. Ben Brown eventually bowled by Youssef for 162, a ball that came back to the Hampshire captain. Ben Brown adding 19 to his overnight total, and Sonny Baker, the last to go, LBW to Youssef for just the single, and Cody Youssef finishing with 3 for 83 from 23.5 overs. Right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you, weather dependent, with the start of the Durham reply. Morning. 11 o'clock when we started, and then we lost, well, we had 45 minutes of play, and then we lost 15 minutes through rain, and then we restarted at midday, and then the Hampshire innings ended around 20 past 12. It ended at 470 all out, with the last 3 wickets put on 41, and the situation in the game is that on the first innings, Hampshire trailed by 41. So the two umpires, Martin Saggers and Russell Warren, are in the middle. The Hampshire fielders are back out in the middle, and the two Durham openers will bat for what they hope will be for half an hour up until lunch, and we might get a feel as to what Durham are thinking. It's not a huge lead, but there are still 2 and a bit sessions left in the game. There's still 75 overs left in the day, so still quite a lot of overs if Durham felt that they might want to force things on a little bit. So we'll have to wait and see. They may decide just back the half hour till lunch, and then we'll go from there. They may just say, look, we set Warwickshire total earlier in the season, they chased it down. So are we going to risk doing that again? Having scored 511 in the first innings, do we really want to take advantage of that, or do we just want to settle and say, well, Hampshire responded well, we'll just settle for a draw? Right, here we go. Alex Lee's the left-hander facing Kyle Abbott. It's outside the off stump, and it's bounced twice in front of Ben Brown, who had to get the pads and the gloves in behind it and hope for the best. That was a nasty one, that one, but he did well. So Alex Lees and Emilio Gay, the two left-handers, are out there for Durham. And yeah, half an hour until lunch. A couple of the ground staff are sitting on the hover cover to our right, and they're going to be joined by a third member shortly. And I thought we might have got a little shower in the 10-minute break between the innings, but if we are going to, it hasn't arrived yet outside the off stump, and again that's died on Ben Brown. So that will give you an example. When Kyle Abbott was bowling on the first morning, Friday morning on day one, one or two of those would have really gone through to Ben Brown, probably around about stomach height from a length, but now this pitch has lost a lot of its pace. He's barely reaching Ben Brown at the moment. It just looks as though Ben Brown's taken a step a little closer, as have the two slips accompanying him. That's Tom Prest and Toby Albert. Here's Abbott from the pavilion end. That's straighter and played out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Crowd a little bit down today, as you'd expect. It's nowhere near as warm as some of the weather we've had, although it was a bit chillier yesterday like today. But Bank Holiday Monday, maybe people have got one or two other things to do. So we've had 3 balls of this first over. As Abbott is in again, runs towards us and bowls 2 leads. Leads, almost a nick through to the keeper there. It was shorter. He's tried to waft away, and I can't really say it was any better than that. Fortunately for him, it hasn't caught the edge through to Brown. Martin Emerson is back with us. With his gloves on, his coats on, and mate, you look like you're in the Antarctic.
Yeah, it feels like the Antarctic. There's a lot of grey cloud around, isn't there? There's a big swathe of rain just missed us to the southeast there.
Yeah, to our right. Well, we've got full cloud cover here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's highish, so that's all right. Here's Abbott. Lee's thought about playing that one, but left it alone. That's a good delivery. Email here from Jeffrey Hobbs. Jeff's in Hordle, which is in the New Forest, away to our right. sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for the excellent commentaries over the 4 days of Hampshire versus Durham. Thank you. I'm in Hordle watching the live stream. The weather radar forecasts suggest that there will be more showers this afternoon. Well, I think if Durham are not, sort of interested, and you wouldn't blame if they weren't, in making it a game, and Hampshire find the going tough again, as that's a length ball played back to Abbott, then maybe 1 or 2 showers this afternoon might be the best outcome. End of the first over, it's a maiden over, so Durham's lead is still 41.
Yeah, it was saying on the weather forecast today that it was likely to be cloud cover most of the day. And
we have certainly got that. when you look, it doesn't look particularly threatening. I mean, even that little 15-minute break was for hardly any rain at all, really. It's one of those where you can see cloud like that and it doesn't rain, and yet sometimes it just does. Oh, hello.
Whoa,
Look at this.
Dawson
Look who's
to open the bowling.
Second over. That's an interesting one.
Well, the chance of rain's gone up to 40%. The greatest I saw it earlier was 30, so it's increased.
Yeah, it has.
It's going blue rather than grey.
Increased by 10% chance. So Liam Dawson with the new ball.
Drifting down from London, coming in off the Rothesay across East Anglia, down across London and down towards us. Looks like a big splodge of rain around about 3:30, 4 o'clock. So, interesting tactics here. Dawson, left arm over from the hotel end. That's playing out to Stillman, mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, well, I suppose he's as likely to take a wicket as anybody on this pitch.
Spinner with a new ball.
Bit of bounce, maybe?
Comes in, that's whipped away by Gay off towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run. And that's the first run, isn't it?
Yeah. I suppose it is Liam Dawson's best chance of taking wickets with maybe a little bit more bounce than a softer, older ball.
Who's fielding out at deep mid-wicket next to the tunnel?
I will tell you in a minute.
Dawson comes in. Lees thumps the ball into the ground and back to the bowler.
Sub-fielder. Maybe one of the Fulham under-21s.
In comes Dawson again. This goes up to mid-on, no run there.
Well, actually, I don't know. Whoever it is wearing a snood.
That's what I was wondering, because I can't see the face, and I thought, have they got a snood on?
Yeah.
Right. Dawson bowls again. He's appealing for LBW. It's just pitched outside the line of off stump there. Thought for a moment Lees might be in a spot of bother. His pad's outside the line there.
Increasingly fashionable.
The
for
snood.
cricketers, the snood.
They became a thing in football, and then the FA decided to ban them because they were obviously useful. Dawson in again now. Oh, that's come back in a long way, and again Lee's batting outside the line of off stump. It nips back in and whacks him in the pads. End of the over, just the 1 run from it.
It looks like Nick Gubbins the way he's walking.
Yeah.
With the snood.
Right.
Emily Windsor's had a physio. All good? She's back in the game, she says.
Here's Gubbins.
Yeah.
Russell Warren, the umpire, was wearing a snood yesterday.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is it cold enough for a snood?
Yeah,
Is it really freezing around the ground?
He's got one on today as well. Yep. There it goes, up around his chin and over his ears.
Yeah. Now, Emily's just walked from the far side. She said it's freezing.
Yeah.
Warm yourself up, Emily, because you'll be on shortly with Amelia. It's me, isn't it? Abbott bowls, and that's outside the outside edge. Just watching that again on the replay to see if that ball did too much. Let's have a look. It did. Oh, it's pitched and straightened. Again, it's died on Ben Brown, showing you just how much life has been sucked out of this pitch by the sun that we did have, which has unfortunately deserted us a little bit.
Does the sun deaden the track?
Well, yeah, it dries it out, doesn't it? And the heavy roller. They've combined. As Abbott comes in again, length ball, Lees is forward. Alex Lees was bowled by Kyle Abbott in the first innings, coming round the wicket quite wide actually. He was bowled for 29, he was the 3rd wicket to fall just before lunch. 2 slips for Kyle Abbott. So fortunately, again in the gantry, whilst it's cold, it's obviously not quite as cold as it is around the ground. So that we're lucky. Don't often say that when we're up here. Here comes Abbott. Nice push drive by Leeds. Leeds? That's gone up towards mid-off. And there is no run.
It's interesting when you travel to all these different grounds. They've all got different design press boxes, different design grandstands. You'd have thought by now there'd be a standard design that people would adopt, but it just doesn't happen, does it?
What, the stadium or...?
Yeah, I mean, for things like media facilities and stuff like that. I can't think of one press box that's like any other, can you?
No, but there are different needs at grounds, aren't there? That's the thing, isn't it? As Abbott bowls, again, it's a good length ball to Lees, who's in behind that. I mean, you know, some of the smaller counties wouldn't need a press box as big as Lords or Lancashire, for instance, so you wouldn't spend the money on such a big building as you would do for test match grounds. So, yeah, I suppose in a way it's understandable, isn't it?
Well, you look at the world of football, and the likes of Middlesbrough Stadium and Derby County's grounds and Stoke are off a similar plan.
Okay. Similar designer, as it's pushed up to mid-on. Similar, what's the word? Not designer.
To a lesser extent, Scunthorpe's ground, Chester City's. They were built to a similar plan.
Just imagine they're pokey.
Pokey.
Slow start from Durham here with one ball left of the third over.
Do you know what pokey is?
I do know. I know the context which I said pokey.
Yeah, but not that type of pokey.
Oh, really?
Pokey in your pocket.
Is that a northern saying? Here's Abbott. It's left alone. Good leave from Leeds. You explain what pokey means.
Well,
pokey means small in my context.
Yeah. Pokey's money in your pocket, cash.
Oh, okay.
And the poke was a purse that you used to carry your money around in, hence pokey.
Oh, there you go.
Are we done then?
Something. Yeah, we're finished.
Right.
It's going to be Emily Windsor, formerly the Southern Vipers and now Durham Women, and Amelia Clark will be back to take you up until lunch. I'll tell you what, I'll quickly hand these over to you. Emily will be the first voice.
Thank you, Kev. Liam Dawson from the hotel end, left arm spin, and that's played into the offside by Lees. Will be no run. One without loss. Durham in their second innings with a lead of 42. We're in the final day here at the Utilita Bowl. Cold, breezy day. As Dawson at the top of his mark into Lee's bowls off the back foot, and that's played through mid-wicket. He'll pick up a single, he'll move off the mark. Two without loss, Durham. A lead of 43.
You might have heard Kevin James around the background going, he wished he'd worn his thermal. And I think I'm with it.
I'm in shorts.
I can't believe you're in shorts. It is a bit chilly up here. My feet are cold and I can't work out why.
Start doing some star jumps.
Yeah,
but don't, because I'll be envious that I can't do them. Dawson, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and that's an appeal for LBW. Half an appeal, but nothing given. Emilio Gate, man facing up, short leg slip and slip in play. It's Dawson, you can see the breeze through his shirt as he's in again, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. And they come through for another quick single. Gay moves to 2, 3 without loss, Durham. Anything interesting happened so far this morning?
Well, obviously Hampshire have only just come into the field. They put Durham obviously back in to bat. I do think the weather might have had maybe a little bit of impact. Maybe got the ground turning a little bit more than it was. I think we saw 2 quick wickets fall at the Hampshire. I mean, that was to Cody Youssef, the fast bowler, but he was getting it just to nip in a little bit. So, yeah, perhaps maybe we're going to see, as this cloud cover stays over, just a little bit more turn in the ground.
As Dawson in again, bowls and defends, leaves a bit of turn, but he gets forward, he plays that well. That's the end of the over. 4 overs gone, 3 without loss, Durham. Lees is there on 1 and Gay on 2. Surely the most interesting part was when it started to rain and you watched the groundsman sprint on the pitch.
It was like watching an unofficial 100-metre run. It was quite entertaining. But it was like this, and then all of a sudden I thought, it's a bit hazy. And then out of nowhere, I looked at the scoreboard and thought, it's absolutely chucking it down. And with that, about 15 groundsmen came charging out of the tunnel to our left, just by the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand.
Well, they've learnt their lesson, haven't they? Because they're now, a few of them, just chilling on the cover, the hover cover to
they're
our
not
right.
leaving. Kyle Abbott begins his run from the pavilion end. Bowles, good length delivery there, worked into the offside. Stopped by cover, just managed to turn his hands. There did Emilio Gay.
It's interesting, isn't it? A good bit of fielding by Sonny Baker, but as a player in this position, I've obviously not played multi-day cricket, but final day, the result looks inevitable. Of a draw, how do you get yourself up to be stood out there in the field for this final? I guess probably session in a bit.
Yeah, I think it's just love of the game at this point. It's just love of what you're doing. As Kyle Abbott comes in again, this time just Emilio Gay managed to work his hands through to leg side, but they'll hold Durham. No run there.
Obviously, though, a lead of 44, it's not a drastic lead, so should Durham have a collapse, then Hampshire would feel that they would be in with a chance, but the chances of that happening on a deck that just favours the batting side so much is so slim, but it also doesn't look like, and there's not enough time left in the game for Durham to go on the attack, to put pressure on to then declare, so the result feels inevitable.
Again, this time work square of the leg. But yes, square leg was there to be able to collect. Gay looked to run, but quickly decided against it as there was a fielder there, poised to collect.
But I guess from a Durham perspective as well, both Lees and Gay have got an opportunity to have a bit of time in the middle and get a score by their name. I think both of them are fantastic players and both have got hundreds so far, but it's an opportunity to go greedy as a batter and on a pitch like this, make the most of it.
Kyle Abbott in again from the pavilion end. Good length delivery there. Emilio Gay managed to get in behind and block that back.
So look to our right, both Martin and Kev, they look sort of, you know, when you're getting cold and they get closer and closer.
Hands in pockets, sort of, shoulders a bit hunched over just to try and retain some heat in the body.
I might have to go and steal a duvet, I think, from downstairs for my legs. Set up a bed, actually, can I, while I was off there?
Yeah, we'll see if just one of the hotel rooms is free. Kyle Abbott in again. Bowles, good length delivery there, carries through to Ben Brown. Emilio Gay managed to get right out of the way of that. Held his bat well aloft in the air to make sure he wasn't anywhere near it. Just walks up the field, just does a bit of gardening.
I can't believe the difference in temperature, though, up here to down on the ground. It was freezing down there.
Because I think it's cold up here, so it must be absolutely Baltic down there.
You can see the hands in pockets from pretty much every single player in that Hampshire field.
Hand warmers out. Kyle Abbott, last ball of the over. In again. Good length delivery there, full length, played straight off to mid-wicket. End of the over, Durham 3-0 after 5 overs. A maiden over there for Kyle Abbott, doing very well this morning.
I have to say, I've got to bring it up, Amelia.
Yeah.
So we were talking, weren't we, on the way here today? Yes. My 4.9 star out of 5 Uber driver. As obviously I can't drive currently. I'm not just being lazy.
Yep.
But we actually went to the same school.
We did, yes.
And apparently I coached you cricket.
You did. You have no memory of it, and I won't take that personally.
So I've rated you 4.9 out of 5.
Well, actually, I think you originally
driver.
gave me 5, but I said no. I was a few minutes late because I was following a very slow tractor. And no, I don't deserve the 5.
It's Dawson into Lees off the back foot, up to mid-on, will be no run. Yeah. What would you rate my youth coaching skills?
Very good.
Did I offer any decent insight?
I mean, it was a while ago for even me now, so I can't remember the...
We didn't have the best facilities at our school either, did we?
Right.
We just had a sports hall.
Yep.
It was Dawson to Lees, and that's defended back to him off the bottom of the bat.
It's got better now because they've got rid of the swimming pool, and that's now a big gym.
I'm devastated about that though. I used to love swimming. I was the rare kid that loved. No, I was the rare kid that loved swimming lessons. Anything but sat down staring at whiteboards, I was happy. There's Dawson in, and that's driven beautifully through a vacant mid-off. Fielders chasing after it, but the ball will get there, and that will be Alex Lee's first boundary of this innings. He will move to 5 and the score 7 without loss, a lead of 48.
I enjoy the PE lessons, but don't get me wrong, I
Who was your
love
favourite
PE.
teacher? Come on.
It was Miss Hunt, but she then became Miss White because she got married.
I knew her as Miss Hunt.
Yes. And Goldsmith, but she was
Miss Burford.
Burford beforehand. Yes.
She was my teacher.
They were my faves.
I don't think she liked me.
Oh,
As
she liked
Dawson
everyone.
impulse. Little chip up by Lees. And that's back down the pitch.
But yeah, shout out to Mr. Snook, who we both had a lot of involvement in. He got the girls' cricket. He sort of started my enjoyment in cricket. So yeah, got a girls' cricket team going. We used to come here and play the county championships.
Dawson left arm over into Lees. That's driven. Doesn't get hold of it, but they come through for an easy single. Lees on to 6. 8 without loss, Durham. Yeah, I think we were the first year where we had a girls' team in the indoor competition.
Yeah.
I remember us trying to piece it together because there was no women's cricketers in our school when I was there. So we just basically got all the footballers and me trying to play this game of indoor cricket. There's Dawson in, and Emilio Gay gets a thick outside edge. Fielder at backward point does well to keep it to a single. Gay will move to 3. 9 without loss.
Yeah, I have fond memories of my indoor cricket girls' team because I think it was a lot of people who actually weren't that sporty, but we managed to get into the cricket team, and it was really nice. Mainly because they used to get a day off school if we got into the if we got into the competition. So they'd get half day, and then if we were in the final, they get a full day. And I think that's what sold them most of the time.
Alex Lee's changing his bat here. 12th man Nathan Seltzer to run a few choices on to Alex Lee's. But that was the same with me though. Any sport, I played every sport at school
So did I.
purely so that I could have numerous days off the classroom.
Absolutely, yeah. Rounders was my favourite. I always said if rounders was an Olympic sport, I would have committed myself. I would have been an Olympian because I loved that game. Honestly.
I used to love rounders because they
Rounders
used
the
to put
best.
all the fielders on one side and
Yeah.
I just smack it the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. But I have to admit, Miss Hunt, honestly, I've never seen anyone hit a rounders ball as far hard. Like our Springfield field was not quite as big as the Utilita Bowl here, but huge. Probably about the same size as the nursery ground to the left. And she could hit it from one side to the other. And whenever you're in the field, you're like, right, I'll just run to the other side because it would just be easier. As Kyle Abbott comes in from the pavilion end to face Amelia Gay. Bowls. Good length delivery there, worked into the offside. Yeah, it was... I have fond memories of my PE Springfield days. You were involved in those as well. So, yeah.
To be honest, it was so long ago now for
Yeah.
me. I drove past it actually the other day, having been up north, and thought, wow, a lot of memories take me back there. Would I
Absolutely.
want to go back? Probably not. No, it was good. Served its purpose, didn't it?
Absolutely. Kyle Abbott in again, second ball of the over. 2 Gay. Bowls. Full length delivery there, carried through to Ben Brown. Half shout from the slip, so they thought there could be a bit of something, maybe an edge or two, but Emilio Gay managed to get it right out of the way.
Yeah, just a few desperate oohs and ahs
Yeah.
from the cordon trying to make something happen. On a
Yeah, I
very
have
flat
to
pitch.
credit Durham. They were very vocal in the sort of gullies, in the slips, just around the field as well. Whenever they were fielding, it really got the energy going. I feel like Hampshire needs someone to really start, being vocal and getting them going. As Kyle Abbott comes in again this morning, bowls around the wicket. This time, shot. Very nice shot. It's going to run all the way for 4 down the leg side, and that's gone.
Yeah, beautiful shot that from Gay. Slightly too straight from Kyle Abbott. Just whipped nicely off his pads to a vacant square leg for 4. That's what I mean, though. I was talking about the energy. It's hard. It's hard when the game's in this situation. It's in a bit of a lull to get yourself up for, well, the rest of the day's play. There's a lot of tired bodies, I imagine. A lot of overs in both teams' legs.
Yeah. Kyle Abbott in again. Full length delivery this time worked. And block back. He managed. Emilio Gay managed to get right in behind it and stop it in its track.
But if you create a bit of an atmosphere out there, obviously you enjoy it that little bit more.
Yeah, I think the weather's not helping. It is cold, and I think maybe a few spectators are inside, or maybe haven't ventured out today. Monday they've got bank holiday Monday. They've got a lot of stuff on, so it's still a good crowd that have come out, but maybe just a few less than there have been the last couple of days. So
did we get any good bank holiday stories?
Not yet, let's say. Kyle Abbott, and again, full length delivery there, and plays all the way through to Ben Brown, and the ground is just still not carrying quite as much. Ben Brown had to take that right down at his feet, almost bounced again before it reached him. Durham are 13 for nothing. 1 ball left of the Kyle Abbott overs.
Yeah, not as many spectators in, but that atrium was busy.
Yeah.
They're all sort of poised. I feel like you can just about see back to the right of the sight screen. People in the front row.
Yes.
Opting to stay in the warm, which I don't blame them.
Not at all. Kyle Abbott in for the last ball of his over. Carried through Ben Brown, who really had to do a bit of a work there. He's laying face down on the ground. He managed to catch it in his right hand, but it didn't quite carry through as much as maybe he was hoping, and sort of died just as it got to him. Ended the over, 13 for nothing. We'll have a change of ends.
Yeah, it shows you the slow nature of the pitch. The carry is obviously gone. It's not zipping through. There's nothing threatening to these two batters, Lees and Gay. Abbott, who we saw in the first innings, getting a fair few through early in this game. There's just not a lot in it for the bowlers.
No.
And a day to capitalise as the batters.
I am enjoying, however, the 3 groundsmen who are fully asleep on the hover over there. Maybe not asleep, but very chilled.
Lees defends off the back foot. I'd say that's a nice place to be. I reckon it would be a nice place to be in the sun.
Oh, yeah, can you imagine? It looks really comfy as well, because it looks like it's sort of perfect sort of deck chair shape. I mean, I imagine it's a bit cold down there at the moment.
Dawson to the left-hander. A bit of turn, but too much turn. Lees almost stands with his arms pointing either side, as if to say, decent ball, mate. Got outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, he almost did a like a one-handed backhand in tennis then as he came through with his bat. I was like, that's quite an interesting shot in cricket.
13 without loss then. Durham in their second innings with a lead of 54. It's Dawson from the hotel end, and Lees defends. Bat and pad perfectly in line. That was textbook cricket, that was. When
That
you
was, yep.
taught as a youngster. Forward defence, that was it, by Alex Lees. Dawson slowly gets to the top of his mark. And when I say slowly, I mean slowly, takes that extra bit of time.
Yeah, there's no rush today.
As he bowls to Lees. An appeal for LBW.
Big shout.
Not given, so there may be a bit of bat on it, or outside the line of off
It might
stump.
have been slightly outside. We'll watch the replay.
But good shout from Hampshire, good shout from Dawson. Yeah, look,
Yeah.
definitely outside the line of off stump. So Lee's getting his pad out the way. Umpire remains unmoved. He must have cold hands.
He must be freezing. They
Maybe he
both
wants to keep them in his pockets.
Yes,
That's
I'm
why.
not giving it because I've got hand warmers in here.
Dawson to Lees again forward, and this time played to backward a point. Will be no run. 1 ball remains of the 8th over. Dawson, the only man in this Hampshire field, in short sleeved.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how he's doing that. He must be a bit chilly.
He is the man bowling. He skips and approaches, and that's driven by Lees, not timed. So a scurry through for a single. He will move to 6, 14 without loss, a lead of 55, Durham.
Yeah, we have only got a matter of minutes before lunch. Obviously, time unchanged and very set in stone on the final day. So we may be able to get just the 1 more over in time. I think Dawson is putting on a bit of a jumper now. He might have handed to the umpire. I think he sort of got it around his neck, but
Yeah, I imagine
don't
1
blame
over
him.
before lunch, and we're going to see a bit of spin from that end as well. Felix Organ coming into the attack, who's literally tandem walking, stepping out his bowling mark. He thought he'd have sprayed it at the start of the game. But
yeah.
a very unique way, that, from Felix Organ. He played nicely yesterday with the bat for his 50-odd.
He did. He had a really nice partnership with Ben Brown. They created a nice long partnership. Really added a lot to the Hampshire overall score, and just really sort of got a bit of control into the Hampshire side in the game, and just turned the momentum slightly for that period of time. So he's going to come in past the umpire around the wicket, bit of spin, great line, full length delivery there by Felix, blocked back by Lees.
It's just making sure you take enough time so that the clock ticks over to 1 p.m. That's what Felix Organ's doing.
And again, very full delivery, right at the feet of Alex Lees. Managed to get in behind it.
Wonder what's for lunch. What did you order for lunch? I always talk about food on here.
Good full length delivery again in behind. I ordered the chicken parmesan with pasta.
Oh.
I'm hoping there was a bit more sauce, because yesterday it looked a little. It looked good,
I think
but
Kevin's
I like a lot.
for the same
I like
as
a
well.
lot of sauce with my pasta. So if the chefs are listening, again, full length delivery, very good from Alex Lee. Really, and Felix Organ really attacking those stumps, making Alex Lees play a shot. He can't just sit there and let it pass through.
So the pasta must be the fan favourite of the game.
Perhaps, yeah. Oh, now he did actually leave that alone. It carried through to
Is that you
the
cold,
hands
Kev?
of Ben Brown.
Oh.
Final ball of the over. Felix Organ starts his run up in past the umpire. Getting full out delivery, just managed to play that off. Is Alex Lees as they straight away all head back up for lunch. So that is the end of, it was a maiden over for Felix Organ. End of lunch on day 4. Durham are 14-0 after 9 overs. They lead Hampshire by 55 runs. And we'll take a short break now, and we will join you after lunch.
Thank you.
meant that Durham had a lead on the first innings of 41. And yes, we've only had 9 overs of a second innings in this game, and here we are in the penultimate session, or just about to get the penultimate session underway. So it's been very much a game that if you are a bowler, you've had to work very, very, very hard for minimum return. And as a batter, it's been a little easier. And Ben Brown, a captain's innings from him. He was one of the last 3 wickets that fell this morning. Hampshire beginning on 429 for 7, trailed by 82 at that stage. And Brown, who was 143 overnight, was the second wicket to fall. He went eventually bowled by Cody Youssef, the quick bowler from Durham, from South Africa. The one at nip back, he was out for 162. Sonny Baker was the last out. LBW to Youssef for a single. And the first wicket that fell this morning was Kyle Abbott, bowled by Matthew Potts for 4. It meant that Matthew Potts picked up 4 for 84 from 29 overs, and Youssef 3 for 83 from 23.5. So that's where we're at. Durham have a lead of 55, and temperatures are still a little on the cold side. Your commentary team a little later. Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle will be with us, and Amelia Clark is still here. But to take you through this first period, myself, Kevin James, and former Southern Vipers batter and now Durham women batter, Emily Windsor, how are you?
Good.
You're good. This, even despite you being on crutches, this cold weather's not allowing that surgery to stiffen up at all. You're okay?
I'm doing okay at the moment.
Good.
Might be stiff in a minute.
It's not the best, and it's one of those that actually is colder out in the middle than it is actually up in our gantry, which is unusual because the wind is coming from behind us, so we're being shielded from that. So the real nip in the air, we're being shielded. Right, Dawson's over the wicket to start the afternoon session off, and he's immediately turned on the leg side by Emilio Gay. So we're underway.
How Liam
was
Dawson?
that Lee's? That wasn't. Yeah, that was
No.
Emilio Gay. He's on 8.
How Dawson is in a t-shirt right now, and how his hands are functioning to bowl spin, I have no idea.
He's the only Hampshire player out there in a short sleeve shirt, unless others have got that under their sweaters, but short sleeve shirt, that's a great effort. Forward is Lees, who just smothers that by closing the face of the bat. He goes out behind square on the leg side. So not ideal conditions, and I think it's fair to say that the players, I give the feeling that this game is meandering now. I don't think Durham are looking to do too much. I don't get the feeling. I know it's only 2 balls after lunch, but that's played on the onside. I think I got the feeling in the 9 overs before lunch that they weren't interested.
Just on a pitch like this, there's not enough left in it, really, is there? Like, they probably are thinking their bowlers have got through a lot of overs over the past 2 days. You wouldn't particularly want them rushing back.
No, I don't think England will want Matthew Potts bowling a load more overs, especially in a pressure situation that's played quietly on the leg side.
There's just not enough in the pitch, is there, to pick up 10 wickets quickly in one session, even 1.5 sessions. To be honest, even 2 sessions. It's taken days to bowl out both sides, so...
That's right. There's Dawson bowls again. That's turned with the intended spin by Lees up to mid-on. Yes, I mean, we virtually got to lunch on day 4 with only the first innings completed. That gives you an idea of the sort of pitch that it has been out there.
Batter's paradise.
Yeah.
But it is, but it isn't, isn't it? Because they still haven't been able to score quickly, because when you actually set a defensive field in terms of fielders in front of the bat, you bowl relatively straight, you're able to still restrict the runs.
That's it, yeah. The scores suggest a batting paradise, but you're right, it's not actually a batting paradise by definition as it's played back to the bowler. 1 run off that first over after lunch, 15 without loss. Durham lead by 56. A batting paradise, of course, is one where the ball comes on nicely to the bat, doesn't do anything.
And it's over the boundary rope more than anywhere else.
Yeah, whereas this has just been
there's no...
a marathon. Even for the batters, it's a marathon, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no, like, danger, I guess, in the pitch in terms of you feel like there's going to be lots of wicket-taking deliveries, but it's also not coming on that you feel, I guess, in rhythm towards the end of people's innings, or towards when people have batted for a period, like Ben Brown yesterday started to play that a little bit more freely, didn't he, in the scoreboard ticking over nicely. But otherwise, no demons in the pitch.
Nope.
We're going to see the pace of Sonny Baker then For the first time in this second innings. Dead ball signalled by the umpire. Right arm round the wicket to Emilio Gay, and just adjusting his field, Liam Dawson walking very slowly towards the edge of the square to our right, a deep square. As Baker bowls, and that's played off his pads to Liam Dawson in that exact fielding position. And Gay picks up a single, he moves to 9, 16 without loss, a lead of 58.
So what do you think Sonny Baker's spell is going to be here? I mean, what do you think he's bowling?
I think for him, he probably didn't have the first innings he'd have liked. I think obviously he was bowled really nicely, didn't he, at the start of the season. He then had a couple of weeks off, enforced rest from the ECB, and then you're off a game week. So I think he'll be looking to get into rhythm and as he bowls again, and that's played into the onside by Lees. He'll pick up a single and moves to 17 without loss. I think we'll see what Sonny Baker does. I think he's going to try and bowl with pace. He's probably not going to get a lot from the pitch in terms of return and carry through to Ben Brown, and you can sort of see that with how close Ben Brown is now stood. But I imagine we'll see a little bit of chin music and a little bit at people's feet.
So? Do you think he'll do that?
I feel like when you're bowling now in this situation, aren't you going to try and get out what you need? And that's a type of bowler he is. Round the wicket bowls, and that's length delivery played to mid wicket. Will be no run.
No, I think that's interesting, because I must admit, when he came onto bar, I'm thinking, now what spell are we going to get from here? Are we going to see a Sonny Baker full and very short and just seeing what might happen? Or are we going to get a nice little tidy 4 or 5 over spell just for a nice bit of rhythm? And I must admit, for me, I can't work it out. So interesting to hear your view.
Be boring if we see the 4 overs of...
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we, in 2 or 3 overs or so, knowing what we're going to get.
I guess it'll probably be, though, what he wants to get out of it at this stage of the game as Baker in, and that's on leg stump line. That's worked nicely. Liam Dawson has to hurry round, does well diving to his left. The crowd applauds that stop. Gay on to 10.
What crowd is left?
I reckon they're all inside, Kev.
Well, you'd like to think there might be quite a few inside.
Well, there can't be that many because there's not much viewing area actually inside, just because of where the pitch is slightly to the left.
They'll be looking out to above the sight screen, out of the windows.
There's Baker, hop, skip, and into Durham's captain Lees, who defends into the offside. Again, no run.
When I was playing for Wellington, my season and a bit in New Zealand as their overseas player, the Basin Reserve, they used to have a similar setup at the back, you know, the members, and it was quite a windy place, so that, you know, it was a good area to be watching from. They used to call it the aquarium behind the glass with these heads.
I think I'd like to be in an aquarium right now, to be honest. Can we not close the windows? I know we might not be able to see, but never mind. Baker charges past the umpire and Lees defends. 3 runs off the over, 18 without loss. Lees on 7, Gay on 10. A lead of 59 in the second innings.
Just 3 singles off Sonny Baker's over. Well, that was just a line and length over, wasn't it, that one? Now, is he building up, get a little warmer to sort of sprint in a little quicker in overs 2, 3 or whenever? Or are we going to see more of the same? I'm intrigued to find out what Sonny Baker is going to put together here. 64 overs minimum left in the day. I think most people are expecting that we won't get through anywhere near that many before the captains shake hands. 18 without loss. 59 is the lead for Durham. And Liam Dawson has 3 men around the bat, 2 on the leg side, 1 in front and 1 behind. That's worked into the vacant extra cover area by Lees off the back foot.
When is the earliest they can shake hands, Kev?
10 to 5. So we have tea at 20 to 4 on the last day. That's immovable. Doesn't matter how many overs are left. 20 to 4 is the on the dot that we will have tea, and they'll come out at 4 o'clock, and we could and probably will get a minimum of 50 minutes play after that. Off the front foot is Lees. So sorry, it was Emilio Gay that hit that single earlier. Apologies. They're both left-handers, and actually they don't look anything like each other. I just got it wrong. It's Alex Lee's
It's
facing.
rare that there's two left-handers. That's probably why, Kev.
I know. They all look the same left-handers, don't they?
You were a lefty.
Oh, I
You
was,
bat
that's right.
left-handed,
Yeah, of course I did, yeah. I know, it was long ago.
You're one of them.
I am one of those, yeah. Which
Wow.
is why I take particular notice when left-handers are out there, even now. You know, because I know that they have to play slightly differently to the right-handers. Different. I've talked about it many times about, you know, a bit more rough outside the off-stump. It's just interesting to see how left-handers play certain bowlers, because, you know, all the things I went through, really. Dawson bowls, flighted, driven through the vacant extra cover area. And Brad Wheel comes around from mid-off, keeps it down to a single. 20 without loss now. Durham lead by 61. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? It's, you know, I think when I was younger, I think a lot of people said I didn't play spin particularly well. So I'm interested in these situations, see now, even now, left-handers play the spinners and accumulate their runs.
So if people said you didn't play it well,
yeah, I could have played it better. It's pushed up to mid-on, if I'm honest.
you prefer the pace on the ball then?
Well, generally I did. I just find it a bit easier on the whole. Easier. I think the spinners. I always found I was waiting too long for the ball to arrive. You know what I'm saying by that, don't you? So you're probably pushing out it a bit.
Saying you're too good, so you had
No,
so
it wasn't.
much
No,
time.
God, I wish I could say that. But you know, it's like you're a batter yourself. That, you know, I think sometimes. Is that? Can I take a quick single? No, says Alex Lees at the non-striker's end. 20 without loss. Lees has 8 and Gay has 11. No, what I mean, and you know what I mean, is that you've got to just wait that longer and don't get too anxious, because once you start pushing away from your body, that's when you're in trouble. And, you know, whilst it's easier with the pace bowlers to let it come onto you a little bit more, it sounds silly with the pace bowlers, but you do. I just
Less
found
time
that,
to think?
yeah, maybe. And I just found that with the spinners that the ball was coming, and I was like too eager to get to the ball. That was the thing, I think. And then, of course, if the ball's turning a little bit, it's not ideal. So, yeah.
Is that why you preferred, because you opened the batting a lot, didn't you?
I batted 3 for a little while, but
Yeah.
mainly 7, being all-rounder. Yeah. 6 mainly, 6, 7.
Preferred number 3?
I liked it at the time I did it.
Baker to Lees. That's length delivery played out to deep square. Tom Prest does the fielding. Lees will move to 9. 21 without loss.
A lot of responsibility in that position. But you bat middle order quite a bit, isn't it? I mean, again, well, there's
I avoid the top of the
wherever
order.
you bat. Well, yeah, well, there's expectations wherever you bat, because each number has its own particular challenge, isn't it? If you're batting middle order and you're in early, you know the ball's doing an awful lot. If you're middle order and everybody up above you is scoring millions of runs, you think, well, I'm not going to get in. Half the
Feet
time.
up.
Yeah.
Baker round the wicket to the left-handed Gay, who plays back down the pitch.
And you know it's a good pitch to bat on, but you don't get much of a use of it. It's true, isn't it, really? So.
But if you're bat at the top of the order, you always have to face the ball moving.
True.
But the ball's also harder, so it flies off the bat that little bit. Okay, there's pros and cons, isn't there?
There is. And fielders are usually in a more attacking position, so more gaps at the top of the order.
Baker into Gay. That's worked off his pad nicely. Into a gap. They might think about 2 here, but pressed quickly round. Keeps it to a single. A throw slightly wild. Nowhere near Ben Brown.
Gosh. Yeah, they've all got their advantages and disadvantages. I mean, I think a lot.
If you could pick where you could bat, like what was your favourite position?
I did like 3. I must admit, I did like 3 because you were right in the thick of it. You know, when the ball was still new and bowlers were running in hard. And I mean, I'm not saying I enjoyed the quicker bowling all the time, but it was a real challenge.
Baker down the leg side, taken well by Captain Ben Brown, low to his right.
But the higher you bat, and you'll know this, Ems, that if you get in, then you're gonna see your innings all the way through, whether it's 60, 70, 120, 140, 180, whatever. You've got a good chance that you are going to bat right the way through your whole innings. Whereas, of course, once you start getting down to 6, 7, there's a chance you can get left high and dry if you're playing brilliantly.
Yeah, or not enough overs left
Yeah.
in white ball cricket. Sonny Baker to Lees, who pushes into the offside to backward a point, will be no run.
So because you batted majority, what, 6?
Yeah, 6 in 50 over cricket was where Charlotte Edwards liked me to be.
Yeah.
Had a bit of a stint at 5, a couple of games at 4. I think my preference is 4-5, purely for the reasons you said. I feel like at 6, sometimes you don't feel like you can impact the game enough, especially when things are going well. But Lottie always used to say that it was a credit to me to bat 6 because she wanted a bit of brains towards the back end of the over. I don't know why she chose me for that, to be honest. There's Baker in, that's down the leg side again, taken by Ben Brown, diving to his right. So it's the end of the over, 2 runs from it, lead of 63 Durham.
So the challenge there is, obviously the game has matured quite a bit by the time you come in that position. So that's its challenge. How did you find that? Because you come into many different situations, one in which the Vipers would have been going along very, very nicely indeed, or maybe stuttering around a little bit. So when you walked to the wicket, you faced many different situations, but the game was already shaped.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, I quite like that. I think I actually play my best when I'm focusing on what the game situation needs. I think I personally prefer chasing, for instance, because depending on what that total is, I always in my brain can find a way to be like, okay, how can we get there? What do I need to do? Whereas sometimes when I'm setting, I can potentially go too quick, too early to try and seek for something that I potentially didn't need to do. But yeah, I think it's a good challenge, and that's what I like about the middle order is, I guess, you play in different situations.
Is it me or you? I can't remember. Oh, sorry. A sweep shot there off Liam Dawson, or a reverse sweep actually, from Amelia Gay, and there was a half shout, which in the replay here, he's had a real waft at that. I think it's come off the top of the pad, maybe the thigh pad. A polite inquiry to the umpire, which is very rare from Liam Dawson. We'll make a note of that one. Polite inquiry forward, and that's gone off the outside half of the bat as it goes to backward a point. Dawson's already into his 7th over of this innings. He did open up.
I reckon we're going to see him just bowl this end, aren't we, Kev?
5 wickets in the first innings. Another marathon effort from him.
You won't guess what I've just been sent.
Oh, a weather forecast. That's pushed out square on the offside.
Alex Smith is listening, and he sent me your record batting in each position.
Oh no, gosh, where did he find that out?
I've just got. You can keep going. I'll have a moment.
Is this for Hampshire?
Well, you didn't bat at 11.
I batted at 11. I'll tell you what, where I batted at 11 was for Wellington, because they wanted me just to play as a bowler. They didn't really want me as a batter.
The
so
funniest.
They said, if you're happy batting 11, I said, well, I don't mind batting wherever. Everyone playing first class cricket is fine.
Quite a lot of your career, I wasn't born.
that's
what I've worked out so far from these numbers.
It doesn't surprise me at all. 22 without lost. Durham in their second innings, lead by 63. Liam Dawson with 2 balls left of his 7th over. Bowling our commentary end on the gantry. Just allowing Emily to have a look at those figures. Always kept a little though. Has it got an edge? We'll find out, because they come through for a single as the ball makes its way up to the far end of the ground past Ben Brown. What has it hit? Has it hit anything? No, it's buys. That kept wickedly low.
So this is just your championship numbers, Kev.
Yes.
Number 8. When
Right.
you're number 8, you average a very impressive 52.
Did I average 52 at number 8?
You did.
Wow. Okay.
Your least economical place, which is quite interesting actually, was number 9.
Did I bet 9? Grief.
Not many times.
No, I didn't think so. As forward is Gay back to the bowler, no run, end of the over.
As the number suggests, it wasn't the position for you.
No.
Second highest batting average, where do you think that is?
Do you know what? I'm going to go at number 3.
It's number 1.
Was it really?
You've had 3 innings at number 1, you averaged 50. What were you doing at 3, Kev?
Gosh, is that me?
Is it? Well, I don't know.
Are these figures really me? Good God.
151 runs you got in 3 innings.
Batting at number 1 in the championship.
Well played.
Wow.
At number 3, you just average a middle ground 33.
That's not too bad. I'm reasonably happy with that, actually.
It's Baker to continue to lead. That's on his pads and work to mid-wicket will be no run.
I'm going to ask Alex how he's found these figures out, because that is fascinating. Because
Do you want me to send them to you?
yeah, I'm quite interested. I mean, I don't look at figures a lot, you know that, but I will look at that. Do you know, I'm really genuinely surprised at one or two of those figures. Wow. Thank you, Alex.
Where did you did bat the most at number 3 though? You batted at 3 and 6 the most.
Yeah, that's, yeah. I think I would have guessed that, actually.
Baker round the wicket to Lees, off his pads again. Played nicely out to Prest at deep square, will be no run.
What did I average at 6?
At 6 you averaged 26.7.
That's a bit average, isn't it? That's a bit average.
It's an average that.
Yeah, that's not so good.
25 without loss, Durham.
Obviously didn't bat at number 1 and number 3 enough then.
Yeah, actually at 5 your average is pretty good as well, 36.
What was it?
Baker to Gate. It's defended to extra cover.
We'll have to break. I wonder if it's going to. When you're on in, you're going to have a quick break, and
Yep.
you're on between 2:15 and 2:30. If Alex has got numbers for you,
No, we don't need
Alex,
those.
Alex,
No,
please.
Alex.
Get Emily Windsor's figures out for the second part of her commentary stint before she leaves us.
Just don't send them to me because I won't read them out.
Yeah, but he's got my number.
No, don't do it, Alex.
No.
I won't come back.
No, do it. I think Amelia's on with you, so I'll send them to Amelia and she can read them out. So Alex, please.
Please don't. There's Baker in. That's driven beautifully
Shut.
by Gay through the offside. Over pitched by Baker. And Gay does not let him get away with that. He will move to 16-29 without loss in the second innings, a lead of 70.
Oh no, tell a lie, you're on with Martin actually. Your next little stint. 2:15.
Martin doesn't need to see
No,
those.
actually, Martin's on now at the end of this over.
Alex is typing.
Actually, is there a double change? No, hang on. You're on with me. That's right. Martin's on with me at the end of this over. That's right.
Get in, he can't get ours. Thank you, Alex.
He can't. He can't. What, Southern Vipers? So he's managed to find mine, but he can't find Southern Vipers.
The database is only county championships, so can't get yours. Perfect. Baker in, and that play to mid-on. Will be no run.
So what was your overall average for the Vipers? I mean, I can quickly look that
No,
up.
you don't want that.
Yeah, I do. You had some good seasons.
Yeah.
Was it about 2 seasons ago you got the most runs for the Vipers, didn't you?
My last season let me down.
Yeah, but the season before you got the most runs, didn't you?
2 seasons? I
I've
don't
got to
know.
be very quick here because I'm off in a minute.
I'll quickly get off. Your best stats are at number 6, Winnie Woo. I tried to tell you that for years. From Charlotte Edwards, she's just texted me. There's Baker around the wicket. That's a play and missed by Gay. Well, be no run. On that note, I'll see you later.
Oh, fantastic. I love it. The lights have come on here, yes. So you're she really just texted you. Fantastic. I thought she might have been at one of those tier 3 first round T20 knockout cup matches. Can you text Charlotte back and say, why aren't you, are you at a tier 3 first round T20 knockout cup match? Martin Emerson's back.
Can they do it at Port Vale on a Tuesday night? That's the big question. Yes, the lights have come on because there was a big dark band of cloud drifting our way when we were heading back around here, Kevin. And
Oh,
we thought the lights would be coming on. Start of a new over here from Dawson bowling to Lees is on 10 dot ball. I took a photograph just to show you that it was getting darker and it was drifting our way, so
yeah, behind the hotel.
that's now on top of us. Dawson bowling his 8th over, none for 12 so far, 1 maiden. And bowling to Lees, who's on 10. The lead is 70. So at lunch, there were in theory 66 overs left today. And general scheme of things, Durham battle about 10-5, declare. You lose 10 minutes for the change of innings, and then you go into the last hour and it can all go home. This is defended by Lees. Long stride forward to meet this one. The bus that's come to pick the Durham players up is from the same firm that brought the Hull City players down at the weekend for their game at Portsmouth on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a company from Humberside. As Dawson comes in again and bowls, and that is defended. So I've just had a brief word with the driver. It was him who brought the Hull City team down on Friday.
Okay.
Then took them to Portsmouth, but he's then stayed down here to bring Durham back. So.
Very good. Lottie's just messaged Emily. I won't say what she said, but is she allowed one of those?
29 for none the score. 2 balls left of this over. From the hotel end, Dawson, left arm over, bowling here to Lees. Lees again plays the ball upfield towards mid-wicket to Nick Gubbins. The sort of southeastern side of the ground is not the popular side of the ground today. There's one person that I can see in the lower bowl.
It's very cold over there, isn't it?
I just took a photograph over there and it was chilly. That's worth a shout. They're going to run through for a single as the umpire, Russell Warren, says no and taps his thigh to indicate a leg by. Again, it's pitching outside the line of off stump for Dawson, bowling left arm over to the left-hander, trying to find those footmarks at that far end. So the one leg by from the over.
Sorry, I'm smiling because I've got 2 lots of stats for Emily Windsor. One from Wes, the media man here, and one I'm looking on a well-known stat website. Southern Vipers, 46 matches. That would have been the Rachel Hayhoe. Over 1,000 runs, average 33. Now Charlotte Edwards says your best, but I'd be interested if Durham put you in at number 6 when you're back fit. I'll have to see. Well, you might be initially number 12. And then Wes's stats would have been all games, I think, for the Southern Vipers, which would have been T20 and average 30. There's Baker. He's worked up to mid-on by Alex Lees, and there's no run. So, yeah, so I've got the RHFT stats and the overall stats. So you average 33 and 50 over cricket and 30 overall. That's pretty good. That's all right, Martin, isn't it? T20 and Rachel Hayhoe combined, batting in the middle order. Got to be happy with that.
Just think what she could have achieved if she'd stuck in. Eh?
Baker at the far end to his 4th over. Steady stuff from him, none for 10. He's around the wicket. Foolish delivery, and that's driven up to mid-on by Lees.
Apparently Danny Baker, the TV presenter and DJ,
no relation,
radio host, his son is called Sonny Baker as well.
Okay.
I wonder if there's some sort of name of a sort of blues musician or something, isn't it? Sonny Baker. Do you reckon?
It's not a Christian name you come across.
No.
I saw it written down the other day, and I thought, oh, there's a Sonny there. And it's funny, isn't it? It's like when you buy a car, you notice other cars at the same make. And I think it's a bit like when you know players, you suddenly notice others. That's half stopped on his follow through, but again, it's a good delivery, just nudged back straight by Alex Lees. So a minimum of 58.5 overs left in the game, and I did say this about lunchtime. I don't think we're going to go anywhere near there. 71 is the lead for Durham. The ground staff, are they making their way towards that hover cover? They seem to be. Either that or maybe lunch has been called. You know, like when cows know there's food in the offing. As that's driven up to mid-off, and then all of a sudden they turn and they all walk in a line.
Maybe they're all going to get milked.
They all walk in a line, don't they, to the gate or the end of the field where they think the food is. I always find ground staff are a bit like that. But they're actually, on this occasion, they have actually made their way to the hover cover, and they are now sitting on the side of it. So they're in preparation just in case we get another light shower of rain. I don't think it'll be any more than a light shower if we get something. 30 without loss, Durham. As Baker's in again, bowls. It's driven by Lees, powerfully back past the bowler, and well to Kyle Abbott's right at mid-on, and that's going for 4. That's nicely timed. Little over pitch, just watching the replay if you're on the live picture feed. Just no more than a forward push. Strong forearms there from Alex Lees, brings him a boundary, takes him on to 14. And Durham 34 without loss in their second innings lead by 75. Just a reminder, Hampshire added 41 to their overnight total when they lost their last 3 wickets. Matthew Potts finishing with 4 for 84 from 29. Cody Youssef, who I think is a bit of a find. 3 wickets for him. That's a nice drive. It's only as far as mid-off, but still a powerful punch off the front foot. 34 without loss. And Ben Brown, the star of the Hampshire innings, with 162.
I found a few musicians. Sonny Baker in Birchfield. There's another one, Sonny Baker, last original. He was a soul singer. There's an artist. There's a guy in finance.
A guy in finance? What?
All called Sonny Baker. There's lots of.
Oh, right,
there's quite a lot of Sonny Bakers.
Yeah.
So the one I'm thinking about must have been this soul singer. Member of the Dynamics.
In finance, what, like a big, one of the big banks or something?
Big financial institution, yeah.
It's a bit random. Liam Dawson to continue. Opened up with the new ball.
It's a 1960s and 70s R&B soul band, the Dynamics. There was a member called Sonny Baker who was in that band. Here's Liam Dawson. And this is pushed away by Emilio Gay out into the offside for a single. He now has 17. Durham 35 for none. Lead by 76. So the Dynamics consisted of Baker, George White, Zika Harris, and Samuel Stevenson and Zurban Hicks.
Oh, Zurban Hicks.
Aye.
Never heard of him.
Must have been an American band, I think. In comes the bowler. That one nips in sharply. Bounces in and off the pad. They had links to Aretha Franklin of all people, so there you go.
Well, I never. That turned out the bowler's rough, didn't it, that last one?
Yep. 4 deliveries left. Next ball comes in. That's again coming out the rough and hitting the pad outside the line of off stump. There's another Sonny Baker, born in 1987, who is a musician from Eden in New York, based in Buffalo. So there's more Sonny Bakers than you think.
Well, I've found another one.
Have you?
Well, a Sonny anyway.
Liam Dawson here. 2 Lees. And Lees tickles this one round the corner nicely down towards fine leg. And the ball rolls to the boundary in front of the far end of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand for 4.
Right, so a local connection.
Yeah.
Mark Forbes has texted me actually. He's a kit man with the Southampton Football Club.
All right.
Yeah, good friends with several of the Hampshire players. When Kelvin Davis was the Saints keeper,
oh yes,
he's now manager at Eastleigh, just down
Is
the
he?
road.
All right. I passed their ground the other day.
Yeah, he says his son is Sonny Davis.
Sonny Davis.
There we go. But not a Sonny Baker, but it's a Sonny.
Next ball beats the outside edge. A little bit of a quicker delivery there and a straight one from Dawson. Forward to play it was Lees, played and missed. Well, Kevin Davis had a horror season at Sunderland where everything went wrong from the point where he was coming up the sign for them. He was flying up from Ipswich and I think he'd been the championship goalkeeper of the season. So Sunderland was signing him something like 2005, 2006. There was a fire on the plane on the way up. As this is turned by, or played by, Lees out into the covers. Keeps strike with a single at the end of the over, so he's got 19, 40 for none, lead 81. Yes, I think they all had to get off the plane in some airport at Norwich or wherever they were.
Oh dear.
And so that was probably a sign, because he then had a horror year. Durham got Sunderland got relegated with something like 15 points, and I think he then went off to Southampton after that.
Oh dear. It's got a little darker out there.
It has, isn't it?
And for the last time today, with an overall average of 30 for the Southern Vipers, it's going to be Emily Windsor joining Martin Emerson.
Well, the floodlights are on here. They've been on for about the last 10-15 minutes now.
I'm glad I'm on with you again, Martin.
Yeah. Well, has he been winding you up too much?
Yeah.
He does that, doesn't he? He gets under your skin, doesn't he?
I won't be back.
Here's Sonny Baker coming round the wicket to bowl to Lees, who looks to cut and mistimes it. The ball just bounces out short on the offside. So is he trying to have a pop at you? Is that what he's doing?
Well, to be fair, I started this because I had
right, I see.
I had his stats at different batting positions.
I see.
But he's come back quite hard.
Yeah. So you started what you can't finish. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Yes. Lesson to be learned there.
Is that a little bit of rain I see in the air?
Where's my son? Yeah, my binoculars.
It's getting a bit dark and gloomy up.
Yeah. Baker round the wicket to Lees. Lees leans into this one, places up to mid-off, no run there.
And the groundsman.
I can't. Yeah, they've gone over to the hover cover thingy. I can't see any rain in the air through the binoculars. But this cloud that's now over us, we could see it from the other side of the ground, and it looked quite long and gloomy and low. Oh, now they're having a chat here. Going off for bad light, are they?
Light or rain, I imagine.
Are they taking them off? They are. This is a repeat of last year. Maybe it's just starting to spit. I don't know. It's difficult to tell because there's so much of that pollen in the air. You know, these dandelion heads, there's loads of those floating around still. But they're going off. And they're going off at 2:19. Durham 40 for none. Lead by 81. More overs being eaten up out of this game, which is inevitably heading for a draw anyway. The weather forecast that I looked at a little bit earlier on had the possibility of showers from about 2:30, 3:30, with some bands of rain coming through, so we shall see. As they have gone off, in theory, we have to keep using that, there are 56.4 overs remaining today. I don't think we'll see the majority of those. It is now actually starting to rain by the looks of things. So yeah, it's raining now. So we'll leave it there for the time being and see how long this delay is. They're walking off the field. It's 2:20.
Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where we're just being hampered a little bit by the odd shower of rain. We had a break at around 2:20 this afternoon for bad light. I think there was a little bit of drizzle in there somewhere. Durham will resume then very shortly, so we'll have a break of about 40 minutes here after an earlier break after lunch of this morning of 15 minutes. So 40 without loss Durham in the second innings. They lead by 81. Alex Lees is 19 not out. Amelia Gay is 17 not out. It's Kevin James and Martin Emerson to take you through the next bit. We haven't had an early tea, so tea will be coming.
Yeah, I reckon if the scoreboard's correct, I think we've just lost 19 overs there.
Wow.
What time did it go off?
Just before 20 past 2.
Oh, hang on. It's the wrong side of the... No, sorry. They haven't lost any overs according to the scoreboard. So.
Well, I don't think they've calculated it yet.
Right,
I got a message from Fiona to say, what was it? It was something like probably 10 overs lost. So I don't think the calculations have come in yet. So expect
I was looking at the wrong rain break there. I was looking at the one from this morning.
Yeah, so 15 minutes lost at 11:45 through to 12, and then 40 minutes lost here from 20 past 2 through to 3 o'clock. Here's Sonny Baker then to get things underway in a bit of sunshine.
It's taking him ages to finish this over.
It is, isn't it? Baker's bowling, and that's very full. Hits the bottom of Lees' bat. So in 40 minutes' time, we will be getting a tea break of 20 minutes. I think we can tell where this game is going. The light wasn't great actually when they went off.
So 40 minutes.
Yeah, the board hasn't changed yet, so we are still in 56.5 overs, but that will change in a minute. Baker with no slip at all. Bowls. Lees works that straight delivery down towards backward of square leg. Brad Wheelfields. Right in front of Tom Prest, who looks a bit miffed that he wasn't allowed to field that ball instead, as he was behind Brad Wheel. And Durham move on to 41 without loss, 82 in front. Earlier today, Hampshire moving their overnight total from 429 for 7 to 470 all out, where there was a deficit of 41. Durham starting their second innings 41 in front. Here's Baker around the wicket again, length ball to Amelia Gay, who pushes that out into point, where Fletcher Middleton fields. The star of the show, Ben Brown, was the penultimate wicket to fall. He made 162, having started the day, 143 not out. Kyle Abbott with 4, didn't add to his overnight total, and Sonny Baker, the last man out, for a single. Matthew Potts finishing with 4 for 84. Cody Youssef with 3 for 83. Here's Baker again, bowls, and full delivery driven up to mid-on by Gay. And that's the end of the over.
I don't want to worry you, Kev, but the steward, as I was coming back upstairs a minute ago, said they'll be off again soon. And I just looked at the radar, and there's a big splodge of rain heading right for us in the next sort of 10 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. It's going to be right on top of us, that.
Well, we need that before tea. We don't want that happening over tea, do we?
There's a really heavy band coming in about 6:30 there, look.
Hopefully we're
down
long
from
gone.
Winchester.
Yeah. Hopefully we're long gone by then.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we want that rain coming in just before tea, so that we probably get a break of around half an hour as opposed to 20 minutes. Yeah. I'm sorry to say that and sound negative, but this game is going nowhere.
They haven't adjusted the overs to come yet, have they? It still says 56.
40 minutes off, we've got to have lost something.
I mean, what an advert for cricket this is. There's hardly anybody here. It's freezing. The game's going nowhere.
It happens, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It happens.
Bank holiday weekend. And
happy.
Could have had a big crowd in watching a thrilling run chase. Instead, it's just a repeat of last year.
Happy Banking Holiday Monday.
Yeah. Felix Organ coming into the attack. He bowled one over earlier. Right arm round to Lees, no run. Lees on 20. So the lead is 82. 3 minutes past 3. The over 8 is +5, so that's not a problem. Ball Ball comes in again here, and that's defended. I think the game against Somerset here 2 weeks ago, which ended in a draw, they lost about 5 sessions to the weather, but I think wasn't there an issue towards the end of that game because Somerset's over rate was -1 or something?
Yeah, they were desperate to get back on. Yeah.
Next ball is bowled by Organ to Lees and is played down to Brad Wheel at mid-off. It's a dot ball. Under these lights there's a sort of icy mint sort of sheen to the Hampshire whites. As Lees looks to cut and plays and misses. Ball's gone into the keeper's gloves and he has the bails off.
Yes, from now on it's all about preserving your figures, your stats, or trying to improve them. There's nothing else at stake.
Organ once again. Lees plays the ball to backward point, no run there. Two players in the field with their hands in their pockets trying to keep warm. 3 or 4 of them actually. You can talk about maybe 5 or 6. Organ walks up to the crease and bowls. And that is the end of the over. It's a maiden.
There's a bit of sunshine. There's a bit of sunshine poking out just to the right hand side of the ground. Nothing on the left.
Well, that's the sort of claw-shaped hole in the band of rain that's on its way.
Is Sonny Baker going to keep going, or is he going to have a rest? 5 overs, none for 15. But quite steady. That was a nice little steady spell from Sonny Baker. And we're going to get a bit of Tom Prest now with his off spin. And he bowled a couple of overs or so, I think, in the first innings, off memory. I'll have a quick look. Used sparingly so far this season. He can bowl some useful off breaks. Has been developing them for a little while.
Aha, minimum overs remaining, 44.
Ah, there we go.
So that's 11, I think, isn't it?
Yep. The calculations have duly been completed. Yeah, bowled just the 2 overs for 6 in the first innings. Here he is from the pavilion end. Full delivery to
no ball.
Gay. Oh dear, Tom Prest. Lazy first delivery. Get that marker in the right position.
How can a spinner bowl a no ball?
Well, they do from time to time. Now the sunshine is extended to the field of play as that's played back to the bowler. So if this rain doesn't come, we're going to have about 35 minutes of this. And then a little bit after tea, and then we can all wander off as it's played out towards extra cover. I've got quite a long email, so these are actually quite helpful in these in times such as this. Let's play that quietly on the offside. This was from Brian Budd, a little earlier for this afternoon, but of course we've had the 40-minute rain break. Brian, silentcricket@gmail.com, and Martin will give you his shortly, because now's the time. If you were thinking of writing a long email, now's your time. Let's play it back to the bowler. If county 4-day matches are nothing but preparation for tests, then the only beneficiary is Potts, who has gained valuable experience in strength and conditioning. For the spectators, it has been rather like watching a 4-day net practice as it's played out to mid-wicket. How much benefit is a slow ball draw in the Stokes-McCullum era? This game only tested survival. My first cricket loyalty is to Hampshire. If I could realistically... has he edged through to the keeper? It looks like he has. The batter doesn't want to go. Ben Brown thinks that it was pretty obvious. The decision is not out. And we move on. 43 without loss. Emilio Gay. Did he edge it or didn't he?
Well, he immediately started retaking his guard there. So he was obviously convinced he hadn't. That is a very good actor.
Right, Brian says, my first cricket loyalty is to Hampshire. If I could realistically influence either an Ashes win or a Hampshire Championship crown, I would unhesitatingly choose the latter. I'm getting heartily fed up of watching Hants as the handmaid of England. Will this pitch be used for the next home fixture? I don't know. After all, it looks like it could last as long as the Roman Empire. Oh, for a competitive championship competition. Well done to all of you for keeping up an interesting conversation during the grind.
What did they ever do for us?
Long straight roads.
Yeah. Organ bowling at the start of a new over to Lees, who plays that 2 point for 1. He has 21, Durham 44 for none. Fletcher Sowerby says this is a complete contrast to the Worcestershire game, which was done in under 2 days. It is. And Alan Cunningham says we're too far south. He's in brilliant sunshine in Edinburgh, waiting for Swan's eggs to hatch. On a glorious day. Next ball is defended by Emilio Gay, and it trickles very, 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 very slowly to exactly the centre point between the two sets of stumps, and the keeper has to come and get it while Organ just stands there and waits for him. Comes in again, right arm round. Oh, that's shot up high off a length, and that's nearly taken Brown around the ear. He couldn't hold on to it. He was backpedaling. Took off from a length. Well, I suppose in terms of excitement, Kev, the lunch break's the next big thing to the tea break's the next big thing to build up to, isn't it? Organ again, that's defended.
Yes. Interesting, I've just been sent a press release about 10 minutes after it was embargoed. I know.
Organ in again to Gay. Gay leaves that. That hits the foothold, shoots up over the keeper's head, and nearly beats first slip. First slip backpedaling, manages to snatch it at full stretch. Last ball of the over. And that was quite tight to the off stump, but Gay was happy that he could leave it. End of the over.
Right, well, this could have been one of the most exciting points of the afternoon.
Yeah.
It's a Hampshire press release. Daisy Mullen has become the 15th Hampshire woman professional. All-rounder Daisy Mullen has signed for Hampshire to complete the 2025 women's squad. The 22-year-old has previously represented Thunder, Lancashire and the Blaze, and she used to play as goalkeeper for Bury Football Club.
What, in Manchester, Greater Manchester?
Yeah, I presume so, yeah. So there we are, Daisy Mullen.
Interesting one, that one, because my friends live in Rammy, and they say Bury.
Yes.
And there's a big divide between Bury-Berry.
Bury-Berry.
Yeah, some people call it Bury and others call it Berry.
I've never heard it called anything other than Bury, but I can assume, I can quite believe there's regional variations. Now the sun is very bright, as that's a thick inside edge which the ball travels down towards fine leg off the inside edge of Alex Lees. He'll come back for two. Start of a new over here from Tom Prest. 46 without loss, Durham in their second innings, lead by 87. So that's a thrilling bit of news, which quite happily to take my mind off this game for a little while. Forward is
another no
Lees.
ball.
Was that another one?
Yeah.
Oh my word.
You're talking about playing the ball down to fine lead there. I wonder if he was just fishing around with his shots. Did you see that? It was a fishing joke.
Yeah, that's good.
Lead weights and that, you know.
Not bad. Not bad. I think you can improve on that one. Preston's got leg slip in now for Lees, who's forward.
I'm just trying to draw you in.
Yeah, well, not biting.
No. It's the thin end of the wedge.
I think there's a change at the end of this over. So pushed away in front of square on the leg side. It's not you.
It's not me.
No, it's not you.
Are you doing a runner, eh?
Yep. It's a single out on the leg side. Takes the total to 50 in the second innings.
Got a bizarre scenario now. It's bright sunshine and I'm squinting and the floodlights are on.
Pressed bowls. He's on the back foot, turns that into the gap square on the leg side and will quickly jog through for a single. Scoreboard now shows 50-run partnership. Sorry, 50-run partnership and 50 up. So maybe the scoreboard was in front by one. There's a drive, slightly uppish, but into the gap between extra cover and mid-off. 50 runs for Alex. A 4 for Alex Lees, takes him on to 28. 54 without loss now are Durham. Forceful shot, that one. It was slightly risky with the ball being in the air. It wasn't in the air very high, but it was catchable height. He's pressed again, bowls. And Lees is watchful on the back foot. Right, I'm going to love you and leave you. And it's going to be Amelia Clark to join Martin Emerson.
Thanks for popping in, Kev. He's going to go and catch up on Emmerdale or something now. Robbie Stoker says, hi Marty and the rest of the commentary team. He's emailed wearecricket@bbc.co.uk. So I was just hoping you could give us a quick update on Baz the Lader's injury, because it's been ages since I heard anything about him. Try my best to enjoy the final day, but I don't hold out much hope for a result. Just hope Durham don't do something stupid under the remit of being positive. This is just fizzling to a draw. Baz the Lader I think he had a stress fracture, and I'm trying to remember, I think a week or so ago, I'm sure he was doing some exercise on the field during the lunch interval at Chesley Street.
Felix Organ in now. Rolls round the wicket, pushed off into the leg side. That'll roll away for one, through forward square leg. A good start from him.
Stephen Johnson says, I'm just so pleased this game isn't being played at Chesley Street. As a member with so few championship home games per summer, will Durham be happy with this draw? Your thoughts on Brendan Doggett's performance in this game? Credit to you all for making the commentary interesting, he says. Well, what I've done is I've just gone back into the archives and dug out the last day from a year ago, and we're actually now just playing that instead. Nobody's noticed.
Felix Organ in again, around the wicket. This time left alone by Gay, and it's just carried through to the hands of Ben Brown.
It's not been a wicket for the bowlers, this at all, has it? What was Doggett's figures in the end?
Organ wasting no time, straight away, back in. Again left to Ben Brown.
None for 52, 21 overs. Parkinson bowled 50 overs in comparison. Potts 29, Drizzle 31. So
Organ in again. Yeah, just leaving that alone is Emilio Gay. Doesn't want any edges or anything. He's just thought, yeah, you're not forcing me to play, I won't. The lead for Durham is 99 as Felix Organ comes in again. Fuller delivery, and again swiped away from the bat into the hands of Ben Brown as echoes around the last remaining spectators that have stayed for the duration, especially under us at the hotel end here. Organ, last ball of the over. Fuller delivery there, straight through to Ben Brown, who just checks to make sure that Emilio Gay was in his crease, but he was.
the three Durham regulars are downstairs still.
Yeah.
Chatting to them. There's a couple that come down from Berwick. They're getting the train back up to Berwick tomorrow via London. One or two others have driven down, but there hasn't been many Durham spectators here this year. Certainly there seemed to be more last year.
So Durham on 58 for no loss. We've got Emilio Gay on 22 and Alex Lees on 28.
Pressed. Oh, this is signalled as a dead ball. What's happened there? Has the ball come out of his hand, or the batsman wasn't ready?
Yeah, I think he started his run up. He got all the way through. He sort of went for the motion, but the batsman wasn't ready.
Yeah. It's Lees on strike. Leaves this one. Goes through to the keeper. Got a leg slip. Liam Dawson's at leg slip, and also got a first slip in there. And Toby Albert, the next ball is played back to pressed by Lees. Lees on 28. The lead is 99. Durham currently 58 for none on a lifeless track. This one is pushed away.
You can really see the wind out there. I mean, on all of the players' trousers are really fighting the wind. They're almost being pushed sideways.
Pressed in again. That's played off the back foot by Lees out towards Stoneman on the far side of the ground. The cover boundary, 1 run. So Lee's got 29 now, Gay 22, the partnership 59, the score's 59, the lead is 100. Minimum overs remaining today. Brackets in theory, closed brackets 39.2. Turned off the legs by Gay, down past square leg for 1 run. And it's Wheel who jogs in from the long leg boundary to field that.
A bit of a worrying sign. There are 2 groundsmen wandering around.
I did show Kev that radar a minute or two ago.
There was already 3 of them sat on the hover, but there is another 2 making their way round.
It's a lot less bother with a hover. And you won't have any idea what that means, will you?
No, I don't, unfortunately. But I like the saying.
Umpires are coming together again here, and
They
they're looking
are.
at the sky, and I think they're going to go, oh, it is raining.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the
Right,
hover is
here they
coming
come.
on.
So I think what's going to happen now is this will be an early tee, but the radar had quite a heavy patch of rain coming through, which to me was probably going to take a good half hour to 40 minutes to pass through. So will we see any more action in this game? It remains to be seen. As I said, in theory, the amount of overs left, we're not going to see all of those 39. They're going to come on here with the covers. And I think this will be an early tee. Durham will be more than happy to just be in the dressing room now. There's nothing to play for anymore. The bonus points dried up a long time ago in this game. So their lead is 100 at 61 for none. Lots of dust coming up as they drag the hover cover across the square here. But it's one of those days that it actually perfectly sums up the game, this, doesn't it now? All the stop-start stuff on this final day. The weather is as undynamic as the cricket. That's about the best I can say. So we'll leave it there for the time being, and we'll
If we
give
have
you an
any more
update
play,
later
we
on.
will be back.
Yeah.